Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 859th round of the City of Gold Coast, our full council meeting for today. I declare the meeting open at 10:06 Councillors, we will go straight into the opening prayer, which I'd go to Councillor Young.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. The prayer: God, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
The National Anthem. Councillors, a very good morning to you all. Good morning to the Acting CEO, Alicia Swain, and our EGMs as well, and all of our city officers here this morning. Attendance and apologies. A leave of absence for Mayor Tate was granted before today's meeting. While Councillor Gates was going to be away for today's meeting, she is very much here in the room with us today, and we say good morning to her. 2.3, Councillor Patterson seeking leave of absence for the 860th round. I would move that leave of absence be granted and would seek a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Condolences. 3.1 would go to you, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Acting Mayor, sorry. I move that the motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Laver family on the recent passing of William Maurice Laver, AM.
A seconder, Councillor Doran.
Before I kick off, Mr Acting Mayor, I would just say that the Bill Laver, I'm about to go through some words that were provided to me by the Laver family about Bill's contribution to the city, but his memorial service is being held on the 23rd of September, Tuesday the 23rd of September, at about 10:30 at King's Christian College in Reedy Creek on Gemvale Road, and the community is welcome to join with us there for that event. It's quite a large venue, and we hope that his contribution to the city might be appropriately acknowledged by members of the community who might like to join us. William Maurice Laver, AM, known as Bill Laver, passed peacefully on the 9th of September 2025, aged 96 years old. A true Mudgeeraba local, Bill grew up in the district and went on to purchase and run the dairy farm Stockley. He had also inherited the licence for the Exchange Hotel, which later became known as the Wallaby Hotel, which many of you may have visited from time to time. Life on the land was never easy, with its share of floods, droughts and challenges, yet Bill's determination and work ethic ensured a successful dairy operation on his property. In 1965, following the early retirement of a sitting councillor, Bill stepped into the local government as the Division 6 councillor for the Albert Shire Council. From that point forward, he dedicated nearly 3 decades of his life to serving the region, earning the trust and respect of the people he represented. In 1982, he was elected chairman of the Albert Shire Council, a position he held with distinction for the next 12 years. For those watching, the role of chairman of the Shire Council is like the mayor of today. The role is very similar. In fact, it's exactly the same in the times that Albert Shire Council did what they did. Bill's leadership came at a defining moment in the Gold Coast's history. The 1980s and early 1990s saw enormous growth and development, and under his stewardship, projects such as Sanctuary Cove, Hope Island, Pacific Fair, Dreamworld, Movie World, Wet and Wild, Jupiter's Casino, Bond University, and the community of Robina took shape. His foresight and steady guidance laid much of the foundation for the Gold Coast we know today. A lifelong advocate for sport and community recreation, Bill was instrumental in the purchase of land that would become the Carrara Sports and Leisure Precinct. He also secured the Brisbane Bears brand and the installation of lighting at the Oval. named at the time as WM Laver Oval in recognition of his contribution. I'm sure he'd be pretty stoked about how the Suns did this year. Bill served on many significant boards in his time as chairman of the Albert Shire. He was chairman of the Waterways Authority, which built one of the most significant infrastructure projects on the Gold Coast, the trained river entrance with the sand bypass system and the formation of Wavebreak Island. He was the chairman of the South East Queensland Electricity Board, which later became Energex in 1997, after being elected as a representative for the Gold Coast City, Albert Shire and Bow Desert councils. Bill was also elected as a representative of the Southern Regional Councils to serve on the South East Queensland Regional Planning Committee. In the 1991 Queen's Birthday Honours List, Bill was awarded the AM Medal, a member of the Order of Australia, for service to local government. Bill was a board member of the South Coast Dairy Cooperative for 27 years, and 10 of those he was the chairman of that cooperative. When he retired from council in 1994, Bill left behind a community strengthened by his vision, his perseverance, and his unwavering commitment to its people. He had been instrumental in establishing many sporting clubs, independent schools, and community organisations. His legacy continues today through annual scholarships for local primary and secondary students in the Mudgeeraba and Robina districts, supporting young leaders in their education and service to their communities. Bill will be remembered as a farmer, as a councillor, as a leader, but above all, a man of integrity who gave so much of himself to the area he loved. His name and his work live on, woven into the story of Mudgeeraba and the Greater Gold Coast.
Councillors, was there anyone else wishing to speak? In that case, anyone else wishing to be added to the condolence motion? I was going to say, I think it would be appropriate if everyone was, and it looks like everyone does, so everyone under the condolence motion is wonderful. So would move that the condolence motion. All those in favour? Very good. Councillor Tozer, back to you.
I move that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to Jack Rudd and his family on the recent passing of Joan Rudd.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young.
Councillor Hamill, it's been a sad week in Mudgeeraba over the last little while. Joan was an amazing woman who led us in lots of different ways. She was the president of the Gold Coast Hinterland Heritage Museum since its inception in 2001. And she's president of the museum since 2005. She was patron for this last year, 2025, as her health began to deteriorate. She's been involved in the John Franklin Memorial Fellowship Trust since 1994 and was involved in the inaugural committee of that Fellowship Trust. She was a former Miss Mudgeeraba, and then she won Miss Hinterland the same year, back in the 1960s. She married Jack Rudd in 1966, and they had 2 children, Christine and Peter, and she was the proud grandmother of 6 grandchildren. While she worked at the RACQ and she was a member of the Duncan family, which is, people like William Duncan and Sid Duncan and, the Duncans of old. She's also involved with the Albert Battery, the Australia Day Foundation and Heritage Voice. She was well known for making scones at the Gold Coast Hinterland Heritage Museum displays for their Billy T event at the Mudgeeraba show, and she also made damper for all the school visits to the museum, and schools from all around the Gold Coast would attend the museum to find out what was like in early colonial life on the Gold Coast. She was heavily involved with the Nerang State School PNC, including the Nerang Arts Festival when her children attended, and this involvement continued well after they left the school. Joan was a dear friend. She regularly helped our community in helping us remember history. She helped me record a number of historical videos about the older days of Mudgeeraba and the hinterland. And I remember her cheeky smile, and Jack and her made an incredible team. And I know that when I spoke to Jack the other day, he's just really sad to have lost his best mate, and I can see the way she brought joy into a room and laughed about the old times. She'll be sorely missed in our community, and yeah, I commend the condolence to him, Mr. Zach.
Councillor Young, please.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. It's very sad to learn of the passing of Joan. She's a really lovely lady, a pioneer in her community, and had such elegance and grace and such a generosity towards her community and others that she met. I'm especially sorry for her husband, Jack, who's a very dear man, and just like to offer my condolences. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this one? In that case, will anyone else wishing to be added to the condolence motion? So Councillor Hamill and Councillor Young added to the condolence motion. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Very good, thank you. Councillor Tozer, well done on both of those. Indeed, a sad day out in your neck of the city. We'll move on to Mayoral minutes. Ms Baker, do you mind coming out for the first one, please? Councillors, I draw your attention to Mayoral minute 4.1, the proposed amendment to ARC funding. There is a slight addition to the Mayoral minute that has been added on this morning, so we've got that up on the screen now. So it's the section after year one, so to be dispersed as per the service and funding agreement, has been added on. I thought it might just be easiest if Kathy wanted to give a very quick explanation of why we've had to make this Mayoral minute happen today and what the reason is.
Through the chair, yeah, through the mayor, yes. We've made this resolution change due to ARC Organics being stood up before ARC Gold Coast, and the original resolution had ARC Gold Coast as holding the cash, which the city, which ARC Gold Coast would request monthly an invoice to the city would transfer money over. So because ARC Organics is standing up first, the invoice would come from ARC Organics to transfer over rather than going to ARC Gold Coast.
So just an administrative thing to allow things to continue to roll on. Councillor, is there any questions on that for Kathy on what's occurring here? In that case, would move the Mayoral minute. Seconder? I don't need a second for these ones, do I? Sorry, I'm getting a mad wave from the window, that's right. In that case, I move the Mayoral minute. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried unanimous. Kathy, thank you. Councillors, now draw your attention to Mayoral minute 4.2, Emerald Lakes High Performance Sports Facility. I think the Mayoral minute is fairly self-explanatory. It is simply to allow owners consent so that the Titans can actually lodge their DA. It's just a part, again, of the administrative process. Is there any questions on this Mayoral minute? In that case, I'll move it and then put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried unanimous. We now move on to Mayoral minute 4.3, Gold Coast Public Transport. Is there any questions on this Mayoral minute? Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Acting Mayor. Just reading this Mayoral minute, I was interested, following obviously the state government's announcement on stage 4 of light rail and future works around a multimodal study that the state will be undertaking. I understood the Mayor met with the Minister. So I was just seeking, obviously haven't caught up with the Mayor as to the outcomes of that meeting, but did the Minister give an indication that the state wasn't progressing for any reason, or that did anything coming out of that meeting that would be cause for concern that we would need to reaffirm our position through this Mayoral minute?
Councillor Martin, so obviously I can't speak on behalf of the exact conversation the Mayor and the Minister had, but what was relayed to me by the Mayor was that it was a positive meeting and there was an acceptance that the state had made the decision to not proceed with light rail stage 4, and that I think it was in everyone's interest that we now get on with talking about other public transport options. So I don't think this comes from a negative place, it actually comes from a positive place, that the Mayor has taken it as an invitation from the Minister to get on with the next piece of work or what that looks like. Obviously, most of our transport documents for the last 2 decades have had light rail to the airport included in them. That's now not going to be the case, so we need to get on with some work in Michael Kaler's area to be ready for that. But definitely not from a negative place, and the Mayor saw this as a positive thing that took advantage of the Minister's invitation to get on with that work. Please follow up.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So reading the Mayoral minute, there is still references around light rail. So what I am seeking is, would any of the further advocacy be centred around further light rail, or this is simply reaffirming other positions in light of that decision?
Councillor Martin, I would take the recommendation more to the fact that we are wanting to ensure that the corridor is protected and that the option for light rail or a rapid bus solution remains there in the medium to long term is one of the key reasons for that being in there. So I don't think it's, again, we're preempting a report which is going to come back as this calls for. It's not putting us to an advocacy position of light rail. I actually think it's more to an advocacy position of maintain the corridor to ensure that sometime in the future a dedicated public transport corridor remains in place. I can get, now if you wish, I've got the EGM waiting at the glass door if you'd prefer to hear from him on that, but that's definitely the intent that I put into the wording of this. I'm happy for the EGM to answer if you wish. Cool. Add Councillor O'Neill next and Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Just in relation to the transport corridor from Burleigh Heads to Coolangatta, number 2 in the recommendation, I'm not sure whether you can answer this given you weren't in the meeting with the Minister, but was there any indication given that the corridor has been withdrawn and letters will be sent to residents or other businesses about resumptions?
Councillor O'Neill, I can confirm that there was no discussion of the corridor between the Mayor and the Minister, and that speculation that the corridor may be removed or ungazetted or whatever protections in place was news to the Mayor. And it's one of the reasons why number 2 is specifically in there, is that is of concern to us. We were under the impression that while stage 4 was cancelled as light rail, that there was still an intent to look at all options. That's been very clearly said in the media a lot of times. All options are still on the table for what it looks like in the future. If one of those is a rapid bus system, that still requires a dedicated corridor to be there. And we just want to make sure that that's noted and hopefully maintained. Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I just had a question. Do we actually know when the multimodal Gold Coast transport study will be completed, or when the state government has indicated it would be completed?
Councillor Fowler, sadly that is one of the key pieces of information or key dates that we haven't been given yet. So the Minister definitely referenced it and the Deputy Premier referenced it when the stage 4 was cancelled, and it's been in the media and the local MPs Facebook posts a lot about multimodal. We don't have an exact date, but we are told from our friends in DTMR that they've been directed to get on with it. So exact time frame, no, but I think there's an idea that we should be getting on with the work straight away because it looks like they're going to be directed to get on with it. Follow up?
Follow on, if that's okay. My position is I feel we should probably wait for that to inform so we have an understanding of the state government's position. I just had a question just around the transport corridor from Burleigh Heads to Coolangatta. Apologies, it's not my area. How much of that is actually local roads? Or is that a state road the whole way through?
EGM, that might be one that you'll need to answer for me.
Through you, Acting Mayor, the Gold Coast Highway is a state-controlled road from Burleigh through to Coolangatta.
Follow
up? Thank you for that. And through you, Acting Mayor, I'm not sure what number 2 means, that we as the city then can actually be protecting that corridor when it's not our road to protect. Could I get some more?
It doesn't say that it's for the city.
On that?
Yeah, so it doesn't say it's for the city to protect, although there are provisions in our planning scheme in terms of overlays that are meant to match up with the states. So that's why it doesn't say for the city to protect it. We are, in that number 2, calling on the state to protect the corridor along their state road. Councillor, sorry, was there any further questions, Councillor Fowler? Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Acting Mayor. Through you, I'd like to ask the EGM, if I may, have the council officers had an opportunity to thoroughly explore the consultation that led the government to arrive at its position on not proceeding with light rail stage 4?
Through you, Acting Mayor, the officers have received the brief report, which was publicly released by the state government. So that information is the only detailed information that we have, which was that short report following the review.
Okay. Sorry.
Clarification on that response, Councillor Patterson.
Sorry, Mr. Acting Mayor, it's just hard to hear when they're standing up with the mic, so either if we could stand up there or
Next question, Councillor.
Thank you. Was there any intent? I mean, I note that there's a 4-week review that is being proposed here when it took the state 6 months to review the community concerns, the cost, the impacts on environment. There's a lot of information that led the state to its position on light rail 4. And I feel a little undercooked myself in especially saying that we recognise that enhanced bus services will not satisfy the Southern Gold Coast's public transport requirements, because we actually haven't yet considered that.
So, EGM, could we get clarification of where number 1 came from? Because my understanding is that's direct from a DTMR report.
Through you, Acting Mayor, the enhanced bus services, which is effectively outlined in the prelim evaluation report, which constitutes effectively putting additional buses, services with some local intersection upgrades, some queue jumps, no additional dedicated bus lanes. So the enhanced bus services is seen as a short-term solution from a traffic planning, traffic modelling perspective. Once you look at population growth over the medium long term, there's obviously alternate solutions, or whether that be bus rapid transit or other solutions that are high capacity, high utilisation, typically with a dedicated lane. So that is the essence. My understanding of that particular recommendation is that it looks at enhanced bus services as a short-term solution, but we need to work collaboratively with the state to look at what is the medium and long-term solutions for that southern corridor.
If I could just also comment that I tend to agree with Councillor Fowler that we should be waiting for the state report before we're jumping the gun and doing our own. And I'm very confused about the sentence that suggests that the pros and cons of the light rail option for that particular corridor from Burleigh to Coolangatta will be put to us. What's the point? We know it's cancelled. So why would we have...
So clarification, Councillor Gates, where does it say light rail in that? It says pros and cons of public transport options.
Second paragraph.
The second paragraph on page 2, it says, to address these vital issues, initially I propose, that's you propose, that the Executive General Manager, Infrastructure Gold Coast, bring a presentation to Council's October meeting identifying the relative pros and cons of enhanced bus services, a dedicated rapid bus service, and the light rail option for the Burleigh Heads to Coolangatta corridor.
Sorry, I thought you were reading from the recommendation, which doesn't actually reference any dedicated
I'm reading
model.
from the body of this memo that we have, and I'm questioning why we would do that when the decision's already been made, why the officers would spend time re-exploring light rail 4 when it's off the table as far as the government's concerned, and we cannot fund it ourselves, because I'm led to believe the cost could be upwards of what's already been stated and possibly $10 billion. So council can't do it.
Councillor Gates, is there a question or are we going into debate?
The question is, why are we exploring light rail stage 4 as part of this proposal before us today when it's off the table?
EGM?
That's the question.
Through you, Acting Mayor, I can't comment on the specifics, but to me it would be a comparison of the 3 options just to bring you all up to speed on what was the base case for light rail, what are the key benefits and challenges around bus rapid transit, and what is the actual enhanced bus services, which you've already raised as probably not a lot of clarity. So in essence, my interpretation of the Mayoral Minute would be a comparison of the 3, so you're really clear on what the 3 options represent.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Gates?
No, that's it.
Councillor Young.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I just wondered if that evaluation might also look at the state government's fantasy varsity lakes to the airport, which is being promoted as some kind of option.
So, as written, it was only to investigate the pros and cons. No, I think that could be included as part of it, that the information would be there, because I haven't specifically called for just the corridor to be reviewed.
Yeah, you haven't called it out here, so I'm just asking, could the EGM accommodate that in his evaluation, please?
I think that'd be fine.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Doran. That's fine. Questions? Oh, I haven't got to debate yet. Questions? Any further questions on this one before we get to that? Cool. So I'm happy to open debate formally then. There seems to be an immediate focus to jumping to this being about light rail. I think if you read the whole Mayoral minute through in context and read the recommendation in full context, this is not about the positioning on light rail. This is about the positioning on the public transport network for the Gold Coast. While it does call out the Burleigh Heads to Coolangatta line, it also talks to the east-west links and to spur lines. So, and it's Gold Coast Public Transport is the title of it for a reason. So for anyone taking this as some kind of positioning that it's about light rail, it's really not. It is about positioning the fact that the state government has just cancelled a project that has been in our transport plan for 20 years. We do need to go do some work or now what that looks like because a lot of our other planning was attached to that. So it is genuine and it's an attempt to start to open up a conversation with the state government of fine, you've cancelled that section of the light rail, what are we going to do next? Because not doing anything in the public transport space is not an option. So timing-wise, I don't see necessarily why it's a major concern for us to start doing some of that work. We're already doing the work. We had a presentation to tick this week on the two east-west transport links, public transport links. We're already doing work in this space. It forms part of our transport policy. It's already existing work that Mr. Kaler's team is doing. So I just wanted to make that very clear that anyone that feels this is a positioning on that, it's not. It's definitely calling for the protection of that corridor because while this state government may have cancelled that stage of the project, there is a need for a public transport solution in the southern end of the city sometime in the future that will need a dedicated corridor. That may be light rail, it may be rapid bus, it may be something else for all I know. But that number 2 is very specific for a reason because I am concerned, gravely concerned, with the discussion of removing the protection of that corridor because that then removes the option in the future completely. The rest of it is about, I think, opening up to the opportunity that the Transport Minister put to the Mayor, which is, yes, we know we've cancelled this, but we want to start talking about other public transport projects. We want to talk about East-West Links. We want to talk about spur lines to Harbour Town. We want to get back to talking about the ultimate public transport network for the Gold Coast. I'm going to leave it at that for now, but Councillor Doran's indicated he'd like to speak against it. Over to you, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I accept the premise for the Mayoral minute. I do. I think though we need to look at in the document that we've been provided. It talks about our advocacy in this space. It says it a number of times. It's our advocacy position, our advocacy approach, our advocacy position being clearly agreed moving forward. And I think that that's a good thing. I think that this council has a stated position that light rail to the airport is part of our advocacy. It's in our advocacy document. We signed off on this in December. But it's not the only part of our advocacy to the state government on public transport or on transport solutions, Acting Mayor. And in there, it says things like heavy rail to the airport is in our advocacy document. It says Coomera Road network performance. And I list this because it's relevant to the conversation around advocacy moving forward in a respectful way with the state government. It references Robina Road network and it references east-west public transport corridors. So it's already a stated position of this council that we endorse all of those. And in a perfect world, we would have all of them be delivered. I think that this response to the state government, when reading it, with all due respect, Acting Mayor, it does come across in a bit more of a tone that we're not happy with the decision, and I accept that many are not happy with the decision, and it is the stated position of this council that light rail to the airport is part of our transport solutions. But as Councillor Gates alluded to, I think that we need to accept parts of the decision is out of our control, and part of the decision has already been made by the state government. And to make the best of that next steps, I think we need to change exactly what you're suggesting, Acting Mayor. We need to change our advocacy to be more appropriate and dynamic in its intent towards the current circumstances, which we are. And those things are contained within our advocacy document already. And I feel like what we should be doing is working with the state government on this in a respectful way. They announced a decision and it's their decision to make. We don't have to be happy with it, but we should take a more measured approach and liaise with them together on their Gold Coast-wide intermodal traffic network so that we get the best out of it for the entire city. They have indicated in their announcement that they'll work with the council, and this this resolution says that enhanced bus services are not accepted, but that's also, as the General Manager just outlined, contained within their own assessment. So it feels like an unnecessary restating of a position. The Gold Coast Light Rail public transport corridor, we don't know what's going to happen that, because we're in a bit of a dead space between the light rail being cancelled and the announcement of the intermodal transport solution for the entire Gold Coast. So it feels like this is probably just a touch premature in terms of its positioning. We have an opportunity to influence the next outcome by engaging with them in terms of direct and appropriate and respectful discussions around the best needs of the city. And I'd point councillors to the infrastructure document as the best means to start that engagement. I mean to speak against it in no way to speak against the Mayoral Minute Acting Mayor, in no way to disrespect the intent behind this. I feel as if it's probably not quite rightly timed. We should work with them. We should work quietly. We should advocate relentlessly and try to get the best outcome of the decision, because at the moment we're in that space, we don't have the information. And we have a position in terms of our advocacy document, but we need to work with them to see what they're going to produce. And I think that that can happen in a different way. I don't think that the next meeting, including, with all due respect, including light rail as part of the next meeting, is a good use of officers' time at this point, because the decision in relation to the airport has, at this point, been made, and the stated position of council hasn't changed. So, with all due respect, I feel like we could park this and wait till we get more information.
Apologies, gentlemen. I didn't see whose hand went up first, but I might go to Councillor Taylor and go to Councillor Young.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Look, I do think it's appropriate at the time, as has been mentioned, that it's been part of our strategy to have the light rail down stage 4 for a long period of time. Recently, there's a state election, and obviously there has been a change in that position. But I don't think there's been a change in position of public transport for Southern Gold Coast. And I think at the moment, what we need to understand as a city is what those options should be. And I think it calls out all options, and I think that's where state government is at the moment. And light rail may be a part of a future solution for the city. We're talking about public transport for the city, which talks about east-west corridors. It talks about continuation of a extension down to the airport. It talks about heavy rail. And I think we do need to be understanding of what that looks like if we're going to advocate. We know we've got a strong option for light rail, but there has been a change of course. And right now, we need to understand what those options are, because it does affect other parts of our network. And what has been mentioned by state government, they are happy to work with our local council in relation to public transport solutions. So I believe that we need to be in a real clear understanding of what those options look like moving forward. So the body of work up front, I think, is appropriate at this time to understand our position moving forward.
I'll just check. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Otherwise, I'm happy for anyone to contribute. Question first.
Two questions, actually, Mr. Acting Mayor. First one is, even though the preamble has a lot of stuff about the east-west connections, this seems to be wholly and solely based on Southern Gold Coast. Is it possible, would you consider inserting something in this recommendation which speaks about those east-west connections? Because I've been calling for these for the last 20-odd years, and so has Councillor Young, as far as nothing's ever really happened. And the other one is, it's probably more of a statement, I'd be more comfortable if number one said that council is concerned that enhanced bus services rather than recognises. So they're the two changes that I'm proposing for consideration by you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm happy to talk about number two briefly first. So if you've got a suggested amendment, I'm happy to float that and see. I'll leave it up to councillors. Just on the first part, I didn't specifically call east-west links into this because we've literally just had that item that gets endorsed through TIC today, where there's already a lot of work happening in that space. So I kind of saw that the number three, which brings back that report, wasn't just going to be on the Southern Gold Coast corridor. We'll start to include that other stuff and start to form up a position. If you would be more comfortable that it specifically calls out east-west corridors, we can put some words in. But it was definitely my feeling that because we're already doing that work in that space, literally with an item coming through council today, that the two of them would join up together naturally.
Yeah. I could actually support this if number 3 did include east-west, but also if the council is concerned rather than recognises, because I'm not sure that I agree with recognises, but I do agree with concern because we don't know yet. But recognises is basically saying that this isn't going to satisfy it, but that's why we're looking at it, because we're concerned about it. So,
Councillor Young, I'm guessing you would be very supportive of some inclusion to talk about the east-west corridors in this as well.
Thanks, Chairman. Mr. Mayor, the tick item that we're going to be dealing with today specifically identifies and calls out for the Mayor to write to the Minister for Transport to insist that east-west corridor pervades into Nerang Central Business District. So I think it's identified we've got a pretty strong position about that east-west corridor, and I don't know if we need to replicate it in this. I'm happy to accommodate it.
Yeah. So I think the EGM might be working on some words right now that might satisfy. So I'm happy especially if it's going to make Councillor Castro feel more comfortable to endorse it, and for it to be a more rounded Mayoral minute that's talking about the greater public transport solution for the Gold Coast and talks to Councillor Doran's point of the multimodal study, then I'm happy to add some words in for that, which we'll just let Michael put something together and give it to our chamber staff. Councillor Castro, while those words are dealt with, just to your point one, I'm not so inclined to change that because that information is in DTMR's own reports. Like that is public information that an enhanced bus service is only a short-term solution. That's in all the DTMR reports. It's in the business case analysis work that was done. So I would prefer to leave that as is, because it is recognising something that is in public records, that enhanced bus services only offer a short-term solution, and that there is a point in the future where that road network will need something additional in it. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. If I could just ask you, given your confusion when I asked the question about officers working on the light rail option, as indicated in paragraph 2 on page 3, is it possible that you meant to say heavy rail, given that that's still part of our advocacy document?
Councillor Gates, it definitely wasn't my intent in this one to talk about the heavy rail corridor. It was more focused on that Burleigh to Coolangatta corridor. The EGM's already indicated that heavy rail will be talked about in the report, but no, I wasn't mistaken in that. Heavy rail will be discussed in the report that comes forward in October.
It will be?
Yeah, the EGM indicated that when Councillor Young raised it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Young, question? Or are you looking to contribute? If you're looking to contribute, we might just wait for the words to be up and ready first, and then we'll keep going. Yeah. Is there any other questions just while we're waiting for those words? Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Just wonder if there's any budget or costs associated with conducting the report with what's proposed.
Yep, good question, and we'll wait for Michael to be able to answer that one, because that was definitely a question I had for him before I proposed this. Councillor Tozer.
I'm trying to just get my head around what's actually being changed here. Councillor Doran has very appropriately pulled out what's it called again? Infrastructure for Australia's Fastest Growing City document. And I'm quite keen not to reinvent that report that already exists. I'm quite supportive of the Mayoral Minute. And my question is, by making the changes that are being proposed, are we reshaping what was intended by the Mayoral Minute?
No, I don't have a concern with that. Like, this is about what the next set of conversations for the new years moving forward with this new government look like. So yeah. I don't have that concern. It is updating that document so that the next time the Mayor or myself or any of you are in front of a minister have a chance with local state MP, what projects are we advocating for from number 1 down? Yeah, I mean, I'd like to be given an opportunity later to speak to the minute, but yep. I just want to make sure we're not actually... That's fine. No, I'm not what we're proposing. With that. Michael, there was a question from Councillor Martin about the cost and officer resource time required to do this report, and if that's new money or new resources required, or if this is work that you're going to incorporate into the current program.
Through you, Acting Mayor, I guess in terms of coming back to the future meeting with a presentation, that's obviously just some officer allocated time. Until we understand the scope in terms of reference of the joint multimodal transport study with DTMR, I can't really provide any commentary, but I would hope that if it is a significant body of work that does cover, solutions across the city, that they'll definitely need consideration of resources and funding if we are a stakeholder within that study. So, but at this time, I can't provide a definitive answer because we're not sure of the scope.
Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I have just one more question, given the change that's been made. I've got to say, since we're dipping our toe into public transport with this suggested mayoral minute, I was a little surprised that there was no mention of the north at all, where all the growth is, anywhere within this briefing note. So now that we have the pros and cons of transport solutions across the city, will the north be considered in any way as part of this mayoral minute, please?
So, Mr. EGM, our advocacy document calls out public transport corridors that are identified right across the city. So while we've talked a lot about the two east-west ones, there are several east-west and north-south public transport corridors identified in the north of the city that are included in our advocacy document already. So I assume they will remain, and we'll continue to push on which of those would be the best one to happen first based on data. Yep. Happy with that, Councillor Gates?
Thank you. Yep.
So we got a little bit muddled up in the middle there. I feel like we've had a speaker before, myself and then Councillor Dora, and then went to Councillor Taylor. I'll check if there is anyone that wishes to genuinely absolutely speak against the mayoral minute, and then I'll open up for just general input. It was a bit of a shotgun there if we went first, but Councillor Martin first to speak against.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. What I'd say is I support the eagerness to want to work with the state on transport options given their announcement, and I'm supportive of the intent, but it's one of process and timing which I have the issue with, which is why I'll be voting against. And it was in the same vein when the state government had confirmed they were conducting the Stage 4 review, and this council considered further advocacy, which I did vote against, but we did conduct. And obviously that did not change the outcome. And I think this is one on the same outcome that will occur again. I think we should absolutely be supporting and collaborating, but not advocating or directing at this stage. These are key pieces of infrastructure on state-owned corridors, Gold Coast Highway, M1. These public transport responsibilities are the state government, so the state government should be in the driver's seat and we should be supporting them. If I wind back, the state government said that they would review. They have reviewed, they've made an announcement. It's 2 weeks ago that the state government made that announcement that they will be undertaking enhanced bus service upgrades and conducting a multimodal transport study for the whole city. It was 2 weeks ago, and the Minister for Transport has met with the Mayor. So I think it would be premature of us to embark on further advocacy in such a short space of time when there's been no signals that this is not positive and moving in the right direction. I totally support that we are wanting to confirm outcomes, but I think this will fall flat. I do not believe that, it's in my view, that the state government, given the commitments that they've made, will be pleased to hear us further advocating at this time when they've already made the commitment. We have confirmed that there's no further costs to do this work. It's just officer time. So in my view, there's no further real work. We have all of the information and advice from officers that is used for our previous advocacy. So I don't believe there's going to be any further knowledge or information for the state. So in my view, I think it's time that we pause and wait for the state to make those further commitments around what happens next. As I said, it's only been 2 weeks since the announcement. So whilst I absolutely want to note our eagerness, our willingness to want to work with the state, I just don't think that, as per the Mayoral Minute, Acting Mayor, that we need to send a clear message. I think we've done that. They know we are clear. I think right now we should be pausing and supporting the government on what is state projects on state-controlled roads. So that's why I won't be supporting it.
Councillors, councillors, we'll come to order, please. Councillors, reading the intent and some of the input so far, the EGM has some words that he'd like to propose as a change to 3, which I think would address a lot of the concerns or all the input so far. So if you would bear with me, I would like Michael to put up a change to what number 3 looks like, which I think would wrap up a lot of the intent we've heard today.
Is the EGM moving an amendment?
I'd like the words to be put up, and then I'll probably move it, because I think it does definitely move to what you guys are seeking, hopefully. Would you like a 5-minute coffee and tea break while we do that? Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. reopen the meeting at 10:58. Councillors, after your input and concerns raised, the EGM has worked on a different number 3, which I'm hoping might more align with some of your concerns and where you would like this to go. So it rightly calls out, I think, as Councillor Dora and a couple others pointed to, that this is a state piece of work. So let's start engagement with them on what the scope of their work looks like so that the scope of our work fits inside it. It then sets November, which still allows for the number 4 to occur for us to be in a position by the end of the year to have an updated advocacy document, hopefully outlining while we support all public transport network solutions, what are the main ones that we're advocating for to get funding done. I'll let everyone soak that in momentarily. Now, is there a question on number 3? I'll just say if anyone needs to understand what Mr. Kaler's words actually mean practically. Question?
So my question is, they've announced that they're doing this multimodal study. Is it proposed that it's necessary to have a report to council about that, or can it just be like a briefing note? Like, do we need the process for reporting is quite considerable, creating a report to council. So the deadline for the November meeting might end up being mid to late October. And I suppose what I'm proposing is, do we need a report, or why is it that you've chosen a report as opposed to just a...
Because as Councillor Tozer, thank you for the question, because for the EGM's response before that, if once we understand the scope of what they're proposing, if it is going to require additional budget and officer resource on the city's end, that's appropriate, that's done through a report if there's a budget consideration.
Gotcha. I think what I'm trying to get at is my understanding is that there would be a report, ideally no later than Council's December general meeting, for us to be able to form a view about what we do post the cancellation of light rail. But 3 seems to be a second report on top of that. So it looks like there's a report in November and then another one in December.
Which the original one had October and December, so this gives a little bit more time. The original Mayoral Minute had October and then December. This one has November, then December. So nothing's changed in the time frame that way.
But you've just pushed out the first one to November.
Pushed out the time frame so that the work can be scoped in conjunction with DTMR, and that I would imagine the November report would include details of how those discussions have gone, what our understanding of the scope of the state government's work is, and what scope of work we need to do to fit in with it. And that if there's any budget implications, either be considered immediately or as part of the 26-27 budget, that report would start to flag that.
Okay, I think I understand now. Initially, I interpreted the first October activity as effectively a summation of existing reports that already have been presented to council rather than a new body of work, and now it appears that there is a new element to that relates to the multimodal stating project.
I think that's a fairly fair change. Mr. Kaler, did you want to add anything else to that response I just gave?
Through you, Acting Mayor, I think you've summarised it well. It was really just to bring clarity back to the councillors on what the actual scope of the multimodal study will be, and the implications, and also that is broad enough and meets the expectations of councillors across the city.
Okay. I'd like to speak for when you're ready.
Cool. Councillor Gates, question?
Yeah, it is a question, thank you, due to the change. Can I ask through you, Acting Mayor, have our city officers been invited to be part of the multimodal study? Have DTMR requested our input?
Through you, Acting Mayor, I was in attendance with the meeting with the Minister and the Regional Director where they foreshadowed an approach to do an integrated planning study, but there's been no commitment to timing, no terms of reference. So it was more a broad conversation around the need to progress the study, but we haven't had any formal advice on how that might come together.
Okay.
Which may be the content of the November report, is that Mr. Kaler's team comes back and says it appears the state's 18 months away from being ready for this work and we're not going to do anything else on any of this in the meantime. Or I'm hoping he comes back in November saying DTMR's been directed to get on with this and this is the scope of their work and this is what we need to do to line up with it, would be my hope. Councillor Gates, question?
Do you mind if I just further question point 4? Because our advocacy position is not, in my view, going to change. and we don't have the detail yet. I mean, I truly believe that the state's considering heavy rail as well. And I think it's going to take some time for them to do their study. And, you know, the elephant in the room today is the fact that public transport is the state's remit. And I'm worried that this will actually alienate our association and relationship with the DTMR officers rather than improve it. So I don't know if Mr. Kaler has a view on that, but
Is that the
I
question?
want us to
What's
work.
Mr. Kaler's view on that?
Sorry?
Was that the question? What's Mr. Kaler's view on that?
No, it's not a question.
Just Councillor Castro, question.
Thanks, Mr. Acting Mayor. Look, the question is going back to one. Council recognised that enhanced bus services were not satisfied, blah, blah, blah. When we speak of enhanced bus services, is that just talking about putting on more regular buses, or does that also mean that we recognise that a rapid bus service, I just want to know what the definition of that is. So are we just talking about regular buses that we recognise that won't work, or are we saying that we recognise that a rapid bus service, as in a designated rapid bus lane, is also recognised as not satisfying?
Mr. Kaler, would you like
Because
to
that will make a big difference on whether I support or I don't support.
Mr. Kaler?
Through you, Acting Mayor, in the prelim evaluation report for light rail, there is a specific definition of enhanced bus services, which is not bus rapid transit. So it is enhanced bus services solution is existing typical buses put on existing traffic lanes with some improvements at intersections to allow some queue jumping at lights, but it is not a bus rapid transit solution. So that particular recommendation, I would understand, refers to the enhanced bus solution that was identified in the PE report, which is the only definition that we've got from the state so far as to what that is.
Sorry, so I think that answer was it does only refer to regular buses. No, I misunderstood. So it does include rapid buses?
No. Enhanced bus services, as per the preliminary business case evaluation, is additional buses on the same network in amongst the same traffic with some minor changes to intersections.
Okay,
rapid bus, so like Brisbane Metro big buses on a dedicated corridor is a separate thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is one of the things to be discussed further in the multimodal transport study of where they fit into our city's ultimate public transport network.
So by this, we're recognising that rapid bus could still be okay then?
We are most definitely recognising that.
Okay.
In fact,
all right, that
absolutely recognising
that. It for me because okay.
Any further questions? Because I'm going to bring this one to a head now. Question, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I just want to, the EGM answered a question before about the meeting with the Mayor, with the Minister and the Regional Director around timing, that there was some broad commitments of timing. So my question is, through either the EGM or the Mayor, was the question asked of the Minister and the Regional Director as to the timing of the multimodal study in that meeting?
EGM?
Through you, Acting Mayor, there was no specific question on a start date other than that there was obviously agreement that collaborative working on it would be beneficial, but obviously defining the scope and timing has not been committed to, so hence the recommendation as stated today.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think for fairness, since I have allowed a fairly major change to occur to it, it would be fair for me to allow it to go to the floor again. Would be fair for Councillor Doran. So I'm not going to speak to it again. I'll reserve my right just to close on it. But I would invite if there's anyone that wishes to speak for the motion first and then against the motion. So for the motion, I think Councillor Young indicated he'd like to speak for it first. Yep, so Councillor Young to speak for, and then we'll go for against.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I'd like to address a couple of comments made in the debate so far. The heavy rail has been mentioned, that it's part of our advocacy, but I'd just like to point out it's advocating for a completely different outcome than what light rail might have delivered. It's completely different. It's part of the network that connects to Brisbane, and that's a great desirable thing, but it doesn't serve much the people of the south of the city. in the context of moving people around between suburbs to destinations that they would need to go to work, to educate, to get home. It's just a dream that the heavy rail would ever substitute for the services that light rail or indeed buses could provide. And heavy rail is about 3 or 4 or 5 times the cost estimated for light rail for the same distance. So we really need to be very mindful of what we're talking about. And sure, it's in our advocacy, and it's no doubt going to be part of our future advocacy, but not as a little suburban link that the light rail is meant to provide. There's been concern about being respectful to the state, and this is their decision to make and so forth, but that's wrong in my opinion. We have been an active partner in delivery of public transport systems in the city for about 2 decades. We have taken the community along this ride with us. We have insisted that the community pay a lot of money, probably hundreds of millions of dollars to date, to furnish this infrastructure that's to build the city. It's not just because I want to get from here to there. This is to build the city. This is to bring in federal government money that they will not invest in other forms of public transport like buses. They just will not. This was a real opportunity and it's lost, and the government has not been respectful of us, and it has not been respectful of the commitment of the entire city for the last at least 15 years. And through their rates, through their charges, people who don't benefit from this directly, in Coomera, in Nerang and elsewhere, Mudgeeraba, you name it, they've all contributed to this. We don't get complaints from them about it. Sure, they don't like it, but they recognise this as part of a city building system, and it's just been thrown in the dump bin by the state government, disrespectfully to us, disrespectfully to the state government, to the people of the city. So I don't have any qualms about us going to them and saying, look, you've made a big decision here, it's impacted all of us, and we want to be on the front foot and get some action. We don't want to be sitting and waiting for you to do some other studies about heavy rail and monorails and all sorts of other things that you might invent. We want decisions, we want action on the ground, we want to deliver systems that are going to efficiently get people through the city, because the key objective of light rail always was to meet the target defined by the community, which was that they wanted to have a city that is clean, it's green, it's not congested, it's got a lovely character and amenity, and having buses and cars congesting our roads and polluting the air is just completely against the vision of the people, which inspired the decision to go for light rail in the first place many years ago. There is mention of the east-west corridors in the transport infrastructure minutes. So there's been a specific decision about us writing to the minister to advocate for that, and I will be encouraging our support of that later on. But public transport is very much a council matter. We've invested, we've been part of a partnership really with the state and the federal government for a long time, and we've just been left holding the can, and therefore we're sort of arguing with ourselves about what should we do, and the state government's just made a political decision here and leaving us with no solution. The question I asked at the end of Councillor Martin's debate or contribution was, what is the government's solution? What is their plan? Nobody really knows. It's just hot air and talk and wishy-washy stuff. We're hearing about connections up through to the north through Harbour Town, which was advocated many, many years ago and was the preferred solution for stage 2, because it would have created a great transportation hub for the north, through Paradise Point, Runaway Bay, all of those areas, and further Coomera. And that was just thrown in the bin by the then incoming state government, perhaps politically, perhaps looking at money and not looking at the long term. And I think that's what the recent decision of the state government has been. They're looking at politics and not the long-term solution for the city. So I'm certainly supporting your mayoral minute, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Speaker against the mayoral minute, Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Look, I actually agree in so many ways with what Councillor Young said, but my biggest issue is just simply I don't want to waste any more time, energy and effort on reports and discussing it until the state make their decision and until they come back with the results of the multimodal study. I guess ratepayers will say to me, how much money did we waste trying to advocate for the light rail when the state's going to make their decision anyway? I would normally support this wholeheartedly, and I would support it if we had the results of the multimodal study. So all I'm suggesting is that the Premier said that doing nothing wasn't the solution and that they would come up with a solution. I'm not sure what that is, and it might not appease everybody, but it's the timing of this that I'm just not comfortable with, and that's the reason I'm speaking against it.
Speaker for the motion, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. And I can't agree more strongly with Councillor Young, but I will add in number 1 about enhanced bus services not satisfying the Southern Gold Coast public transport needs in the future. That's not only us saying that. That's DTMR saying that. That's the airport saying that recently at the Transport Symposium held by the Chamber of Commerce. I can't begin to tell you how many people, how many residents in Southern Gold Coast and business people have come to me since the state's decision to scrap the light rail stage 4, saying how disappointed they are that we've been left out of a public transport system. So I can't see any harm in us shoring up our position with the state government early. And I'm sure that the Mayor would have had this conversation with the Minister. I'm relying on that. I don't see it us being disrespectful, and I agree with Councillor Young. I think they've been a little bit disrespectful to Council as a funding partner for light rail stage 1, 2 and 3. So I will be supporting this today. I want to let my Southern Gold Coast constituents know that that Council hasn't forgotten them and they need to be part of the solution, because we know what the numbers are going to be, people coming through the airport and wanting to travel further north. And I don't think people realise also that we cop a lot of New South Wales traffic coming into Queensland, and especially when the tunnel is closed. We have traffic congestion now, and it is only going to get worse in the future. So I look forward to the state government working with Council to provide some form of efficient public transport for the Southern Gold Coast. Thank you.
Speaker against, Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. My objection today is also just in regards to timing. I think our efforts really need to be focused on supporting and collaborating with the state government, and we need to wait, in my view. We've just had, like what Councillor Martin said, 2 weeks ago, we've been told that there's this new multimodal study being done. Let's give them time to do it. Let's see what options are on the table and what the state government's position is before again taking our own position. And what Councillor Marshall said, we do know that the Premier has said that doing nothing is not an option. He said it repeatedly. So the government slogan is delivering for Queensland. Let's give them a minute to deliver for the Gold Coast, see what they're actually putting forward before we put more efforts into a position that perhaps is not aligned, so we can stop the delay and move forward with public transport solutions for the Gold Coast.
Speaker for the motion. No worries. So no speaker for the motion. In that case, I'll close before we take the vote. I appreciate the input of councillors today. I really would like to make the point. So there seems to be a theme amongst a few councillors of somehow seeing this as trying to take a stick to the state government, where I don't read it as that as all, and it was definitely not the intent with it. They cancelled a project and have provided absolutely zero detail on what happens next. That's on them. They could have come out and said, we're cancelling this, and here's the details of the multimodal study, and this is when we're going to be talking with council about what that looks like. But they cancelled it and then provided nothing. So this does call that out, that we want to know what the detail is. You've cancelled something that's been a significant project in the city's forward planning for a long time. We'd like to see that. So that concern of giving the state a chance, they could have come out with that detail. Councillor Patterson, I'm talking.
My apologies. I'm being persuaded by the minute.
I can see you going backwards and forwards as normal. So I think that's on the state. That suggesting the state in a minute, the state could have read the tea leaves in this and realised that when they cancelled the project, it might have been the appropriate thing to do to have some detail of what this multimodal study looks like. And for the Transport Minister, when he met with the Mayor, to be able to answer some of those questions because there was no detail available. The number one to the recommendation, because that's where I'd like to really get to, is about what's in the recommendation. It does recognise that in all of the reports that have been done to date, all state-led reports, that enhanced bus services only meets a short-term solution, that it doesn't offer a medium and definitely does not offer a long-term solution. I don't personally think there's anything wrong with recognising that because it is already well and truly recognised by the state government. That a short-term solution, absolutely, we put more buses on the road, we can give them the priority, but that only gets us the best part of a decade before we then hit a point where we need to do something else. That's not just on the southern corridor. There are other corridors in the city where that is the same thing, where possibly a enhanced bus service on Narang to Broadbeach might get us 10 years. But we're thinking much longer than that. This transport network, public transport network, needs to be much broader in its thinking of that. The number two is very important for me, and I have to be honest, was the catalyst of where this Mayoral Minute came from, is that while I fully respect the state government making a decision to cancel the project, to then be hearing that they're going to drop the corridor completely, I think is really disingenuous. It was, we're going to cancel this project and we're going to look at all options. But how can you look at all options if you're just going to go drop the corridor? So that was very much my main concern in this is that, okay, you've cancelled it for now. Who's to say in 10, 15, 20 years' time that a different council and a different state government don't go, you know what, we need to finish this, and then the corridor's not there. I spoke on this at length at committee that protecting those transport corridors is critical because once they're gone, they're gone. Once buildings are right up against the Gold Coast Highway, we've completely lost the opportunity to get a dedicated public transport lane. And whatever mode it is, I couldn't care. To not have that dedicated public transport lane available is so wrong and would do such a disservice to the Southern Gold Coast in the future, and is critical on those east-west links as well. I spoke to that committee. Even if it's not delivering the solution for decades, at least identify the corridor and protect it so that it's not lost for future generations. I'm really pleased with Mr. Kaler's suggested change number 3, and I thank your input onto that. It was probably a fair point that, you know, they're the ones that have raised the multimodal study. They're the ones talking about it. Let's go engage with them and try and get an idea what the scope of that is. Let's see where they're actually up to on that. I'm hoping that we may be surprised and they're actually well into their thinking about what this study looks like and where the council rightly plays a role in it, because while it may be them that runs the public transport network and puts most of the funding in, it is the Gold Coast Public Transport Network. We are the Gold Coast Council speaking on behalf of our residents. It is those residents that tell us in every survey where they have the opportunity that public transport and getting congestion off our roads is one of their key parameters. We must be at the table with that. What wasn't discussed today, but is of concern with me, and this is that we're obviously doing a lot of scenario testing with the new planning scheme about where future dwelling supply goes over the next 20 plus years. If we're not at the table in giving that input to DTMR, then those opportunities may be lost as well. So I really think that's a good addition. And then to number 4, the advocacy piece. So we have an advocacy document. It still calls for light rail at the moment. I think it's appropriate that the sooner we can update that, the better. I really think that should not be taken as a sign of disrespect to the state government, and for any of those state members or ministers that may hear of this, take it for the intent this Mayoral Minute and recommendation is written in, is that we are just interested in what the ultimate public transport network and solution for the city looks like. I'm not interested in trying to bash ministers or bash local state MPs. That's done. I think we've had that period. We now need to have the period of set the Gold Coast public transport network and get on with delivering it, because quite frankly, at the current rate we're going, it's going to be a lot of councils into the future before we get anywhere near it. I hope that I can get majority support for this today, because I truly do believe it is appropriate. While the decision was only a couple of weeks ago, let's show the state government, show DTMR, show ministers that we are serious as an elected wing and serious as an organisation of putting the cancellation of light rail stage 4 aside and getting on with delivering the ultimate Gold Coast public transport network. I put my Mayoral Minute to the vote. All those in favour? Division is called.
Acting Mayor Hemel, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall.
The mayoral minute is carried. I thank you for the support. Councillors, that moves us to item 5, confirmation of the minutes. I seek a mover for the minutes of the 858th meeting would have been. Councillor Gates, seconder. Councillor Doran. All those in favour of confirming the minutes? Thank you very much. And can I just check very quickly, was there any concerns to raise in those minutes or any clarifications anyone needed? Very good. Councillors, that takes us to the Mayor's report. So just for everyone's information, I've kept it to a very short Acting Mayor's report. So it'll be a short one today, and then the Mayor will talk to some of the stuff that he's got up to in the last few weeks in his next Mayor's report. So Acting Mayor's report, item 1, the Gold Coast Waterways Authority Dredging and Beaches update. I was really pleased to join Gold Coast Waterways Authority for an announcement that we will be dredging the Seaway entrance, and from that we will be receiving about 100,000 cubic metres of sand onto a few critical beaches. Really, really good timing. A brilliant announcement because we've had a few safety issues occur at the entrance to the Seaway recently. Ex-tropical cyclone Alfred has created a few sandbars and a lot of material deposited into that area. So the quicker we can get rid of that material, the safer that access is. And the fact that it's 100,000 cubic metres of sand that we can deposit onto the beaches that we most critically needed at is a brilliant thing. On the 5th of September, I was really pleased to join Councillor Castra at the 2025 Lions ANZI Pacific Forum, which is Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia Pacific Forum. There were several hundred Lions members from around the country, New Zealand, Indonesia, in our city for this year's forum. On the screen is the International Lions President, AP Singh, so was pleased to join him in a ceremonial tree planting before the official event begun. We do hope that all those Lions members from our region had a wonderful time on the Gold Coast. On the 10th of September, I was really pleased to participate in the QTIC World Tourism Day luncheon. Again, was joined by Councillor Castra at that one. I had the opportunity to speak on a panel with the Honourable Andrew Power, Minister of Environment, Tourism and Minister for Science and Innovation, Greg Yong, CEO of Dreamworld, Michelle Matthews, Global Investment Commissioner, Trade and Investment Queensland, and Rob Kaminsky from the Kaminsky Group. It was a very interesting panel over quite a long period talking about the state government's 2045 vision for tourism and how the sector and industries were feeling about that. Importantly, there was a lot of time spent talking about the role that local government and state government need to play in this space, about how there needs to be a different path forward in the future for major tourism projects, to have a more concierge service between local government and state to make sure those projects get through. On 11th of September, we had the Swell Sculpture Festival launch, and I would pass over to Councillor O'Neill for that one.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Yes, I attended the launch on Thursday night. Councillor Tozer was in attendance as well. The Sculpture Festival will go till the 21st, and because of the erosion on our Currumbin Beach at the moment, most of the sculptures are on the foreshore and have extended south into Tugun at Lenwart and Crop Park. Some 80 sculptures along that foreshore, and they're getting record crowds. I just got an image this morning from one of the organisers showing me the crowd that was there yesterday morning, Monday morning. It was just packed to the hilt. So we're having beautiful weather. I just advise everyone to get down and have a look at the sculptures. There's also a Smalls gallery in the Currumbin Nippers Club, and that's fantastic. And just a little bit of information. We have our sister to Sun Spirit, the Sun Spirit statue that was stolen from Currumbin foreshore some months ago. We've been donated her sister from the same mould. Her name is Sheila. She's on view at the Smalls gallery at the Currumbin Nippers. So just advise everyone to go down and check it out. It's fantastic. And congratulations to the organisers, Tash and Dee. They've done a fantastic job in adapting the festival to the foreshore and the park area. Thank you.
That is on to the 21st of September, Councillor O'Neill. Yeah. On the Friday 12th of September, the Ken Dunn exhibition opened up at Hodder, and Councillor Castro would go to you for that one.
Thanks, Mr. Acting Mayor. Yes, we were told to wear a splash of colour, so there's a little splash of colour. No, it was, yes, colourful. Ken Dunn, very colourful, and I thought, well, I'm pretty colourful. I can say that. I can get away with it. And you should be able to say that too. Can't stand political correctness. So there we go. You should be able to say that too. Anyway, another story. Okay, so this was wonderful. It was celebrating 4 decades of Ken Dunn's work and hosting an artist of Ken Dunn's calibre, an exhibition of his calibre, really shows where we're heading with our arts and cultural identity. It sends a very clear message to the rest of Australia and beyond. Councillor Fowler actually joined me for this one. In fact, it was a really nice picky of the two of us taken. There we go. So, so Ken Dunn and I go back a long way. We actually shared a stage together at World Expo 88 for United Nations Day. I was 8 years old. Ken was, I think, 10 or 11 at the time. And Ken was had just been appointed international an ambassador for UNICEF. Bless you. And I'd actually just released a song to raise funds for UNICEF. So we joined together on stage. And also Ken was a guest on one of my shows, actually, on the ABC, The Big Square Eye. And a lot of fun, still larger than life, fantastic guy. He was joined by his lovely wife, Judy, his son, Oscar, his daughter, Camilla, and their respective families. But the most pleasing thing about this event was I spoke to Ken afterwards, and Ken said that the display of his 4 decades of work that was set up at Hodder was the best display of his works that he's ever had at an exhibition. And I thought that was really quite amazing. So hats off to Hodder, Experience Gold Coast, and TEQ for getting behind this as well, and bringing an exhibition of this calibre to the Gold Coast.
Thank you, Councillor Casher and Councillor Neal, for attending both those events in my place. I really do appreciate that, and I think from that bit there from Councillor Casher, it was very clear I sent the right person to that one. Okay, moving on. So Saturday, 13th of September, I had the absolute pleasure to be up in Brisbane to watch the Lions vs Suns. While obviously a very disappointing result for the Suns, can I say it was marvellous to be in that crowd and the amount of pink that was in the crowd. Don't know exactly, but I would hesitate that 1/3 of the stadium were Suns supporters, and while they didn't have the ultimate thing to cheer on at the end, they definitely showed a lot of passion and support for that team. What was also wonderful was the results of the live site in Service Paradise. So wonderful to see that that had a really good uptake, that moving it to the Esplanade into that space where we've got the road shut down at the moment was a great use of the area, and I think in the future there's even more opportunities for things like that. So the Sun season is over. We congratulate them on making their first final ever, and I think everyone knows it's only going to get bigger and better from here. Moves us to Monday 15th, yesterday, where I had the absolute honour to oversee my first citizenship ceremonies, and it was truly an honour. So yesterday we had 471 Gold Coasters officially become Australian citizens, and those 471 conferees represented just over 50 countries. I wanted to share a brief story. I got the chance to talk with a few of the conferees yesterday, and while there are a lot of conferees that have lived in Australia, some of them for 10 or 20 years, and we're just getting their citizenship now, there was also a couple families there that within the last couple of years were living in war-torn countries or living in refugee camps. So a really powerful day and a reminder of just how lucky we are to live here and live in this city when you are looking at the crowd at someone that less than 2 years ago was in a refugee camp and is now, him and his wife and 2 kids who happen to be the same age as mine, are now Australian citizens. So very powerful day yesterday and very honoured to do that on behalf of the city. Also had an incredible announcement yesterday about the GC 500 track build commencing. We know how critical this event is in our events calendar, and we also know that the 6 weeks of track build causes a little bit of disruption around the place. So I was really pleased to join events managers Matt Ramsden for that announcement. We also had some children there from Southport State School who are part of the event this year and that connection into local schools. Over the next 38 days, the team will install 6 kilometres of concrete barriers and fencing to create the 3-kilometre track. We had confirmation yesterday that we're expecting 200,000 visitors to this year's event, and that's Groove Armada and the Stafford Brothers have been confirmed as this year's entertainment. So from all reports, tickets are selling out very fast. Those tickets include not just your track entry, but all the entertainment and everything else that comes with it. It's all incorporated. So to any Gold Coaster or a visitor looking to come up, get onto your tickets quick, because I think this is going to be one of the biggest GC 500s we've ever had. I move that my acting mayor's report be welcomed and noted. All those in favour? Carried unanimous. Thank you. Do I need a seconder for a mayor's report? Sorry, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Gates, thank you very much. No, I think I'm happy with that. might. Okay, councillors, clarification. So I received a request from Councillor Martin and Councillor Patterson last night to bring clarifications to today's meeting. I'm happy to confirm both of those as accepted and would go to Councillor Martin to raise his clarification first.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So I raise an item for clarification today which caused significant concern for our Palm Beach community. So I believe it's appropriate to that the public record be corrected today. So it followed comments in the Gold Coast Bulletin and related posts on social media that following the state government's cancellation of Stage 4 of Light Rail, that council will be forced to conduct property resumptions in Palm Beach as part of the expansion of the Gold Coast Highway. And this included 3D renders of an 8-lane highway on the Gold Coast Highway. So I confirm for the record that council does not have plans to undertake resumptions for any such expansion because, firstly, there's no council resolution to do so, and more importantly, the Gold Coast Highway is a state-controlled road, and any proposed changes would be led by the state government through the Department of Transport and Main Roads and not council. I've received confirmation from the EGM of Infrastructure Gold Coast that no formal advice from DTMR has been received since the state government announcement that it would not be proceeding with Light Rail Stage 4, and the local state member from Burleigh has also confirmed there is no plans for the state government to turn the Gold Coast Highway into an 8-lane highway. So I look forward to working with the state government and DTMR on what it has announced, which is the accelerated rollout of the enhanced bus services along with the multimodal transport planning for the whole Gold Coast. And I realise that some of that is duplicates that we've addressed before. Thank you, Chair.
That's fine, Councillor Martin. I think I just wouldn't mind reconfirming the point that it was the Bulletin who probably misinterpreted the comments made at that symposium. There was never a direct suggestion from a city officer that that was a council-led project. We're going to do it. They've seen some slides and misread it that way, but I think that's a very appropriate clarification for you to have made. Councillor Patterson.
If I may just ask a question on that. There was a slide which, when you look at it, there was an image presented that showed that there effectively would have had to have been resumption. So how do you consider that a misinterpretation? I'm curious about how that was presented.
So they are the same images that we are provided in committees that shows the overall north, south or east, west lane configuration for an area. So we get those same images in committee. I'm happy for Mr. Kaler. I think he's already given a response to councillors to confirm that while that image was correct, it was in it, it was showing the amount of lanes needed north, south for that area. It was never put in a context of needing to resume buildings or anything. Mr. Kaler, we don't need anything more
including
on that.
The motorway.
Yeah, that's fine. We've clarified that. It's okay, Mr. Kaler, we don't need to clarify anymore. I think Councillor Martin's well and truly nailed the point that it's not a council-led project and there's no piece of work suggesting we're resuming properties or anything like that. It was just a misinterpretation of an image that was for more technical advice than anything else.
Cool.
Councillor Patterson, that goes to your clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. On the 6th of September, there was a Gold Coast Bulletin article, and whilst the content of that article was accurate, I understand that the journalist who writes articles doesn't necessarily write the headline. The headline stated Council defends CEO costs. A more accurate headline would have been Council Committee questions CEO costs. I make this clarification because it's not the first time that we've seen articles and the headlines don't necessarily align. And it causes upset, and this one caused quite a bit of upset for community groups, certainly for those who don't go past the charge allocation to get to the actual article. So it's just a comment to our Gold Coast Bulletin, if they could ensure that their headlines actually reflect the articles that are written. Thank you.
So, while you've said what you need to say, I think in the future we may need to check that. I believe a clarification is supposed to be used to clarify the position of the city or position of officers. I don't know if we can use it to clarify what the Gold Coast Bulletin chooses to do as a title, but I get your point, and it's done. It's done. Yep. We move on to number 8, business arising from the minutes. Is there any business arising from the minutes of the previous meeting? Presentations. Resilient Australia Queensland Chapter Award. I go to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Councillor Hamill. It's a pleasure to be giving some good news to the council today about an acknowledgement our city officers have received for some great work. Floodcast is a leading-edge flood warning and communication system developed by the City of Gold Coast to strengthen community resilience against Australia's increasingly severe flood hazards. By integrating near real-time telemetry from more than 100 river and rainfall gauges with geospatial flood modelling, Floodcast automatically activates locally defined flood warning areas and dispatches Australian warning system compliant SMS and email alerts to subscribed residents in under 4 minutes. The city turned Floodcast on weeks before Tropical Cyclone Alfred impacted us. It was instrumental in providing automatic warnings to southern catchments in Tallabudra and Currumbin Valley during the event. Since March 2025, there's been an additional 15 flood warning areas developed, which by October will see 20 now activated across the city. This project is an example of a one city approach to problem solving, bringing together our disaster and emergency management team, Chief Technology Office, Communications and Marketing, and the Change Management team. It ensured a quality outcome which will lead to life-saving warnings in the future during flooding events. We recognise the Queensland Reconstruction Authority for the co-funding partnership in delivering this project, another great example of the State and Council working closely together. The project has already won an industry award and is a finalist in the CEO Service Excellence Awards and the Seoul Smart City Award. Today, however, we are recognising the team who were recently awarded a highly commended in the Resilient Australia Awards. Congratulations to the entire team on their development of and the delivery of this new innovative way of warning the community. You're going to have to go 2 rows, I'm sorry. Can we do 2 rows? Everybody in? No.
Yeah.
I think go in the middle with the chain.
There we go. Good work, guys. Awesome. Thank you. You guys rock. Awesome. Well done.
Councillors, I move us to item 10, conflict of interest declarations. I don't have any I'm aware of, but can I check? Councillor Gates.
Chair, I just wanted to let the other councillors know I did have a number of matters that I raised at Transport and Infrastructure at the committee meeting.
Yes.
And the representatives at that meeting agreed that there was no necessity for a declaration to be made because they were all about 10 years ago and well outside the relevant term. But For the benefit of other councillors who weren't there, I just wanted to make that statement today.
Thank you, Councillor Gates. Any other conflict of interest declarations that are needed to be raised today as a pre-head to anything coming up in future committees or council meetings? Councillor Young?
I haven't notified the Chamber support, but there has been recent discussion about appeals involving the Newcrush Quarry at Oxenford, and I've previously declared a conflict of interest in that I live on a property that's in proximity, reasonably close proximity to the quarry, and prior to that I've provided declarations about my personal relationship with an objector to that quarry application, which is not relevant at this point in time because the legal process doesn't involve that person, but my continuing ownership of the property, me and the bank, means that I have a conflict of interest. So I'm just making councillors aware of that because it's been part of discussions outside of the chamber and outside of committee and so forth.
That's fine. Councillor Young, just remind me, but I think we specifically included in your conflicts when we dealt with it last that you could attend all of those briefings without requiring to raise new conflicts. Is that
That's correct?
Yeah, I think we did the same thing, Councillor Fowler. So just in case you were thinking you need to do the same, I'm already cognizant of the fact that there will be an appropriate time where you both need to redo that conflict before anything comes back to council on it. But thank you for airing it again today.
Thank you.
Any other conflicts to deal with? Very good. We will move on to reception and consideration of committee minutes. We'll move to planning first. So I will move that the minutes of the 859th Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 2nd of September 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 8 be received. Seconder, Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Against? Very good. Councillors, any items we wish to deal with separately? Councillor Doran.
6.2, please, Acting Mayor. I'd like to move the committee recommendation.
We were going to item 6.2. Councillor Doran has moved the item. A seconder for the item? Councillor Gates. Can I just check, is there any questions anyone wishes to ask on this before I go to Councillor Doran to open? In that case, Councillor Doran, please open.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So the Robina Central Planning Review Update is the topic or the subject of item 6.2, and the purpose of the report was to determine which contemporary planning instrument is most appropriate to facilitate future planning outcomes for the land subject to the Robina Central Planning Agreement. It builds on the body of work completed by the previous council in 2023, which explored options for a new planning instrument. This report provides an overview of technical investigations used to inform the development of the new planning instrument for Robina Central, including a summary of all relevant matters that have been considered during the development of a recommendation for a new planning instrument, recommendations to facilitate the transition of the Robina agreement into a new planning instrument, and the recommendation of the preferred planning instrument for Robina Central. And Acting Mayor, I suppose the reason why I would like to talk about it today is because the question is, why does it matter? Well, Robina Central plays a really important role in the economy of the Gold Coast. Robina Central is recognised as a key regional centre in the Gold Coast City Plan of 2016. It's also a principal regional activity centre and key feature of the Robina Varsity Lakes Regional Economic Cluster in the South East Queensland Regional Plan Shaping SEQ 2023. In planning for the future of Robina Central, it is critical to understand and explore the role and function as the centre has within the Gold Coast in terms of its economic and social contribution now and into the future, so that we get it right for what happens next for the next 20 years of the planning of this core heart of the Gold Coast. In a nutshell, this report maps out a path forward for the Robina Central area to be included in the new planning scheme, of which the work is well underway. Acting Mayor, as you well know, as councillors well know, we've been working on it since the last election. By including the RCPA area within the new city plan, the new planning scheme, the city will, for the first time, grant appeal rights to the community in Robina. By order of the local government implementation, it will become equal to the majority of the Gold Coast in terms of infrastructure charges for development within Robina. It'll protect existing property rights and provide a localised plan for the future of Robina Central. It is my hope that this work, in concert with the local growth management strategy and the newly announced state government intermodal transport review, will result in the development of a future of a plan that protects the local lifestyle, invests in transport challenges, including east-west rapid public transport connections, and ensures Robina continues to grow its commercial footprint so that our residents can work in premium conditions closer to home. Acting Mayor, I support the City Planning Officer's long and detailed work in this space and recommended path forward for Robina Central, and I hope that councillors do too so today.
The Speaker against the motion. Councillor Doran, did you wish to close it all? If you wouldn't mind, just briefly, I think I wouldn't mind pointing out that you have been particularly important in this space as a local divisional councillor of navigating with officers as they negotiate with the state of what the best path forward on this looks like. So just to call out that your input as divisional councillor has been really good in this space, and we look forward to hopefully getting the right outcome done in the right time frame with the state to make sure that Robina continues to prosper. Councillors, debate is closed. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimous. Any other items you would like to deal with separately from planning and regulation? In that case, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted. Seconder, Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Motion carried unanimous. Thank you very much. It moves us to item 11.2, Governance, Administration and Finance. I go to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 859 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 2nd of September 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 11, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Gates, how do you vote? For? That we've adopted in. Any items you wish to deal with separately, councillors? Councillor Patterson.
There's 3 items I wish to deal separately. The first one is 6.1, just to speak to it.
Sorry, we'll go to item 6.1 and then we'll seek a seconder.
Committee
recommendation. Councillor Martin's happy to second. Councillor Patterson, open debate.
I thought it was worth noting for full council and certainly for the public to understand the work that we've been doing on the council plan. Our council plan, in comparison to other council plans of other Queensland councils, is perhaps more of an operational document than a strategic long-term document. What we're looking at doing, and this is certainly with the advice of officers, is moving this to a true strategic document. With this in mind, the Governance Committee has moved a change recommendation to share the load of designing this work. So people can refer to the attachment of page 4 of the minutes, and we're effectively creating work for all our committees to really work on the strategic review elements of the council plan. So for transport and infrastructure, that will be going to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, rather than this solely coming through governance. So we're looking forward to receiving that. It will go to all those committees prior to coming to government, so we get a more fulsome input into what our strategic council plan should be. Secondly, there was a query about the transition to new measures, OSAP measures. So the other thing that the committee called out was that we do a review of those so that council is clear and sure that the OSAP measures which the exec have taken on meet our intent and our targets. For example, customer service measure is not called out the way it used to be. We want to make sure, for example, that waiting times for a ratepayer on the phone is taken care of, that type of example. So we look forward to that information coming back as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Anyone to speak against the committee recommendation? Do you wish to close, Councillor Patterson? In that case, debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried unanimous. Councillor Patterson, sorry, what was the next item you wish to call out?
6.4.
We'll go to 6.4.
So 6.4, and I have provided a slight change recommendation through. We've got that, wonderful. So 6.4, the community engagement framework. This, first of all, I just want to call out is exceptional work that has been done. It's work that I've been wanting to see since I started in this role in 2020.
Sorry,
second
Councillor.
would be good.
Apologies, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Young, happy to second.
Okay, great. I'll just speak to the second point first. Councillors received a query from a community representative this morning that we don't retire the community engagement policy just yet. Now, I'm quite clear that the work that we did on that policy was comprehensive and complete, but they did identify one element where they felt that the role of councillors was being missed. I think given we're talking about community engagement policies, there is absolutely no harm for, before we retire that policy, for us to consider that community input and for us to reconsider that at a future GAF meeting. But I don't want that to distract from the extraordinary work, which is the new community engagement framework. The establishment of this new external stakeholder business unit marks a significant milestone in elevating community engagement and participation across the city. For the first time, engagement professionals have been unified over a centralised service model, enabling more strategic, consistent and responsive approach to community and stakeholder engagement. We have strengthened our approach, resulting in a substantial increase in community engagement volume and a positive shift in community sentiment. So this transition to the engagement framework will ensure consistency, transparency and inclusivity with our community. So I do want to acknowledge Ms. Carly Freeman, the officer who led this work. It is exceptional. It is going to be a game changer for how the whole of the city engages consistently with our community. It's very important, and I look forward to seeing it in practice.
Councillor Patterson, before I come to a couple of questions, I actually have an amendment to your recommendation I'd like to run past you. So I saw the correspondence that you're referring to from Community Alliance and did a little bit of digging this afternoon just to find out what conversations had occurred between Community Alliance and between the community stakeholder team, and found out that Carly Freeman and Mr Hicks actually met last week. I've got some proposed words that I was actually going to suggest that instead of it needing to come back for a future report, we could actually endorse the framework but add some words in that I think met what the Community Alliance were hoping for. If you wouldn't mind me letting them get up on the screen, and then you can see if you're happy to accept it. I do apologise, I haven't given this to Chamber support, so I might just give this to you straight.
She's got the worst job.
My apologies, councillors, I did forget to send this to Chamber support this morning. Councillors, this might take 2 or 3 minutes to type in. Would you like 5 minutes to go to the toilet quickly? Cool.
Have a cup of tea, perhaps.
Let's adjourn for 5 minutes and let Chamber support get that up on the screen without them feeling all our eyes on this. Meeting adjourned. Live streaming back on, thank you. Meeting reopened to 12:05. Councillors, thank you for that short break to allow the chamber staff to get my wording up. I do apologise for not setting this through this morning. Just to recap again. I'll recap it quickly. So just to recap, this wording came about after we all received that email from Community Alliance and Mr Hicks. I asked for my staff to reach out to Mr Hicks and have a chat with him, and then found out that John and Carly Freeman had met within the last week, and that this was the understanding of where the concerns were. So my proposed wording is based on what the concerns raised were, and I think we'll go hopefully all the way, but a very long way to addressing what the concerns were that were raised, which was just reiterating in the framework, as it used to do in the policy, that we are key leaders in this space and that we're all covered by different codes and bits of acts. Councillor Patterson, can I check? So this is still your motion. Are you happy to accept that as an amendment?
I am, and I think just to make it clear, the distinction that the community representative, Mr Hicks, wanted to see in the framework was specifically referencing councillors and our role, which he considered was slightly missing in the framework. I thank you very much for this work, and I understand that Ms Freeman did engage with Mr Hicks and that wording has been jointly created. So this is better than the change that I put up, and I'm very happy to support that.
Councillor Young, can I check that you're still happy to second the motion? Yeah, I'll come
Thanks,
to questions.
Anthony, yes.
So questions. I had Councillor Tozer first and Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Councillor Hamill. So my question is just a practical one. Having read the framework, it occurs to me there's nothing that kind of prevents me as a councillor from engaging with my community on social media and conducting the odd survey and things like that. But I just want to be quite specific. It talks about the framework, governing how all of my engagement activity is undertaken. And what I want to be assured in this forum is that there's nothing preventing me from surveying someone just informally or conducting a survey that is not necessarily run by the council, but is on a local issue that relates to local matters. That's really what I'm being short of. So I'm not required to go through the offices in order to conduct a survey.
Very good question, and I would ask for a response. I'm not sure who the appropriate officer to give that response would be, Mr. Callender.
Through you, Acting Mayor, I might call Vanessa Green to come in and provide a response, if that's okay. Thank you.
I'm happy, Carly. Carly, you can come out as well if that's easiest. Yep. Vanessa, Carly, did you hear Councillor Tozer's question? Yes. Cool.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. That's correct. So if you're doing it through your social media and it's not a council project and it's not a representation of council, then it's as is the case today.
So just to clarify that, from time to time, I like to survey my residents about things that are council projects, but they're not considered necessarily formal surveys. I'd love to be able to do those without being prevented from engaging under some sort of set of criteria. And I think other councillors probably would like to do that as well. When you just said, as long as it's not a council project, can you just clarify what you mean? Can I talk to my constituents about council projects, or must I comply with the framework every time I do it?
Did you want to respond to that?
Hypothetically, if I was to create a Survey Monkey survey about a local issue that's in Division 9, am I prevented from doing so under this framework?
Through you, Acting Mayor, if it's a city project that we're delivering via the External Stakeholder Engagement Business Unit, you would get a full briefing beforehand, as we currently do with our current process, key messages, images for social media, and it's at your discretion and how you wish to support that.
So that probably doesn't answer the question or give me the certainty that I'm seeking. So say, for instance, I'll use Division 9 as an example. There are a lot of whole-of-city projects in Division 9, particularly relating to nature-based tourism.
Councillor Tozer, I apologise for interrupting. I think Nikki might be able to give a slightly more rounded answer that probably addresses exactly your question. If you don't mind, I do apologise. Nikki, would you mind just wrapping a a little bit more around that of what I think what Councillor Toes and other councillors are trying to get to?
Sure. Through you, Acting Mayor. So in terms of the normal engagement that you'll do with your residents, much like a town hall, you're able to undertake a community survey of the sentiment of your residents just as part of your obligations that you carry under the Local Government Act to represent and engage with your constituents. So you have a legislative ability to do that and to discharge your obligations. And then, of course, you are familiar with the obligations under the External Communications Policy, which remain unchanged as well.
Yeah, I think what I'm looking for is much more clarity around, I understand general surveys happen from time to time, but just today I was asked to host a public meeting and conduct a survey in relation to waste management in Springbrook, which is an isolated community in the hinterland. I'd like to be able to do that, but I also appreciate there's already council project management happening whole of city relating to waste management. I would hate to think that I couldn't engage with that while that other work was being undertaken. I want to be able to do that informally and uniquely to my division. I'm sure other councillors feel strongly about their own issues, and I would hate to think that this framework prevents that from occurring.
So we have an excellent contextual example, and would look to Nikki, whoever wants to answer it, to give Councillor Toes the comfort he's looking for.
Through your Acting Mayor, there'd be nothing preventing you to do that because it sits outside an explicit framework for a project engagement.
Right, and so just so I am clear, when this explicit framework is activated on a project, let's say, for instance, the Springbrook Cableway, at that point in time, I would then be prevented from surveying residents while that process is being undertaken. Am I reading that correctly?
Who'd like to answer that contextual example?
Through you, Acting Mayor, to ensure that we have that centralised approach with the data and one holistic view of what those insights are coming through councillors, through this survey, we would request that we would work together on that rather than have two separate engagements on the same topic running at the same time.
Got you. So with that in mind, could a list of projects that are subject to this framework be circulated to all councillors on maybe a monthly basis in order to make sure that we're not inadvertently, because sometimes that framework starts without us, whilst we might have been briefed, there might be some mix-up on dates. Can that be provided to maybe on a monthly basis, or is that reasonable?
Through you, Acting Mayor, yes, we have a forward plan of a portfolio of projects. We know well in advance what's coming up and can give you that oversight.
That's great. And in order to make sure that that operational activity occurs, maybe a question through you to the Acting CEO, do we need to change the resolution in order to make sure that's business, or is that enough?
Through you, Acting Mayor, Councillor Tozer, happy to absolutely take that on notice and make sure that we build that into our framework and processes going forward, but there's nothing wrong with including that as a resolution too.
So before we get to that, is this
I'm not moving an amendment yet, I'm just trying to...
That's right, yeah. Okay, so it is yours, Councillor Patterson, so if you've got an amendment you'd like to propose.
I think Councillor Tozer raises a pretty relevant point, and the amount of work that has gone into this framework is significant, certainly on the officer's time and also by committee. The intent, why I suggested if there was a concern by committee reps, we bring it back to committee, was just to assess everything. I'm now concerned about the last statement there. I just think if we just take off the last sentence, then it may, I think Councillor Tozer has a good point. And given the acting CEOs have said, well, we can now change and adopt the framework, I'm just wondering if we just go back to my original change recommendation, we adopt the framework, we review it again at the next committee meeting, we just tinker with it somewhat more, and then we retire the policy. I don't see any harm in that, and given this was a thought in the moment when this first came up, there may be others. Thank you.
So I'm not seeking to undermine the great body of work that's been undertaken. I'm not intending to do that at all. What I want to be able to do is do two things. Firstly, I don't want to accidentally break the rules.
That's right.
Firstly. Yep. But secondly, more than anything, as a local councillor dealing with local issues, I want to respond intuitively to what the demands of my community are without necessarily being bound by a whole of city framework. And you know, an example, a major example. Each of us have got major examples in our divisions. You know, Councillor Taylor would have things in Surfers Paradise that come up from time to time that are subject to a whole of city engagement, but he may want to do, you know, a local engagement that is really quite particular.
If there's a question here, because we're straying into debate, and I'd like to get motion locked down, then we can go into debate.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to distill whether a change is actually needed. Sorry.
Do you have it? So would you like to propose an amendment? Otherwise, I've got to go back to Councillor Patterson since it's her motion.
Yeah, I'm happy to listen to Councillor Patterson's proposed change.
I would like to go back to my original change recommendation. It is unfortunate that this was not presented to me as chair of the committee prior to this council meeting. There does need to be some work done on it. It may be that this is where we end up, but there is absolutely no harm in us just going through that again at committee to ensure that it's okay. So if we could go back to my original change recommendation, thank you.
Okay, so we've gone back to where we were. I think it's still been useful because we've got some words and we've got some other concerns that come from there. Now, Councillor Doran, you have been incredibly patient with your question. So your question now, in case there's some further input to help officers with the next report.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So my original question was that it might be fluid given the debate that's happened, but can you have the adoption of a framework whilst not retiring the policy at the same time? Is there any conflict there in relation to the two? I'll have another question, but I'll get that one.
Someone like Paul?
Through you, Acting Mayor, no.
And just the preceding debate, questions from Councillor Tozer, it does present me with some concerns as well around surveying my community about what they believe, understanding that's separate from the community, the city's engagement team. Is there a defined, forgive me for a moment for not having, might not have this information, is there a defined period where the city engagement is active? Is it through the life of a project or is it during the Gold Coast Have Your Say period, and then outside of that we're not going to fall foul of any sort of engagement?
Through you, Acting Mayor. The engagement, the framework is developed so that engagements can be strategic in approach depending on the project itself. So in some circumstances, it might be a straightforward GC Have Your Say survey. You just need that two-way consultation piece, and that's enough. That provides enough insights. Or it could be something far more complex, like a master plan development, where it will have multiple stages of engagements in different formats to get those insights. So, for example, with the master plan, we might have initial stakeholder workshops to get their insights into how the master plan might be drafted to begin with. Then that draft goes out to the city for citywide consultation and targeted engagements with various interest groups. The project team might take that away, assess those insights, determine if there needs to be another round of engagement and how that might look like. So some of them are really long, some of them are really short.
Follow up, Councillor Doran.
Thank you. We're in the space of live examples. One example which will certainly help clarifying it in my mind, Acting Mayor, is Greenheart Stage 2. If I was to put a survey monkey out to my constituents to say, how do you feel about Greenheart Stage 2, for example, given that it is probably an example of the long-term project you outlined, how would that consultation fit within the proposed framework?
Through you, Acting Mayor, you would have visibility of this forward plan that we just spoke about to see if Greenheart was on our radar for delivery in the short term. If not, and you were to proceed with how you would like to engage your constituents, it would certainly be of value to share that data and input it into our system that we have, our platform, to get those community sentiments and insights, because that will inform another round of engagement. If we needed to do the big GC Have Your Say, we might already have insights coming through from that particular division, and we don't need to double up on the same questions that you've been asked. So it's a better user experience as well.
Would you permit a small comment?
I've been fairly lenient, so why not?
Thank you. Thank you. Very short, very quickly. I have a slight concern with the framework if it seeks to prohibit councillors from engaging in a non-active Gold Coast Have Your Say or a non-city big project. And that's just a slight concern that I think if we can, through Councillor through the acting mayor to council Paz, if we can address any other concerns during the time when it comes back to GAF as the last chance to catch all, that would be very helpful.
Is there any other questions before we look to move with this item? Okay, Councillor Patterson, we're back to the original recommendation, and while you spoke to it briefly before, I think it'd be good if you want to wrap us up here of what will come back to committee in timeframes and what we're looking for in that next step.
I appreciate the comment by Councillor Doran and recognise that there may be some concern. For me, I have none. I am so clear that this is exceptional work of a framework that gives guidance across our city. The element regarding councillors and elected representatives, I think, is a valid one. And I think by reviewing that through the policy, looking at what may be omitted by that we may not have considered at the next policy, I am happy to adopt the framework today, and we can always make changes, and even at the next GAF committee, add something to the framework at that point. These are really important points, and the role of elected representatives is, of course, paramount in engaging. But I don't want to take away from the work of this framework, which is going to really set how all officers engage with our community. Having said that, if it isn't council's choice to adopt the framework today, I would support, if there was another motion forward, that we consider that at the GAF committee as well. But personally, I'm happy with this. Thank you.
Speaker against the recommendation? Councillor Tozer for a proposed amendment.
So I'm just going to move an amendment. I just want to have some certainty around this. So I'd love to add 1 and 2 are fine, and then add 3, that projects subject to the community engagement framework be circulated to councillors on a monthly basis via email. I appreciate the acting CEO's commitment that that would probably happen anyway, but I think that amendment will ensure that no councillor, deviates from their current obligations under the relevant framework, but also helps them be informed about, potentially like the forward schedule as well. So, my amended motion is 1, 2, and 3 together. I don't think it changes the intent of what's being done, but it gives more certainty.
Councillor Patterson,
happy to speak to it.
I'll just check. So, are you?
I think I'm happy to accept that. If I could just ask through you to the officer, what would you imagine would be the number that you could imagine of how many projects there may be that would be presented on a monthly basis? I know it's a bit of a piece of string question, but if you could give us a bit of a sense. Thanks.
Through you, Acting Mayor. The projects obviously ebb and flow each month, but we're tracking towards doing 60 consultations through the GC Have Your Say platform by end of this calendar year. That is a 100% increase on what we delivered last calendar year, which is a 400% increase on the consultations the city delivered before centralising the engagement officers into one business unit.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a path because we've bashed this one around a fair bit, so I just prefer that we bash the current recommendation around instead of a whole new amendment to it, as long as you're happy with that, Councillor Toes, that your intent's in there. Councillor Young, happy to accept that as a 3. I'm going to check that there is no speaker against the motion. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I think retaining policy for the purposes of reaffirming or replicating something that is, and borrowing language directly from the Community Alliance, is central to our obligations under the Local Government Act and the Councillor Code of Conduct, fundamentally conflicts with the principled and disciplined approach we've had to our policy reviews that we've undertaken over the past couple of years, which is to not replicate those higher orders. I also think that reconfiguring a well-considered framework presents some obvious issues that have been fairly raised today. I see the change that's being proposed here as reactive and trying to appease what has been self-described simply as poor optics. we shouldn't be retaining policy for optics. We should be making informed decisions and recognising that councillors' meaningful engagement is already managed via superior acts and legislation, and so I won't be supporting the change recommendation today.
Thank you, Councillor Curtis. Speaker 4, Councillor Young.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I'm just grateful to the Community Alliance for their input here, and I'm grateful to the fact that we're listening to them, and I appreciate your efforts yesterday to get your staff to engage with them and bring forward something. I'm supportive of the process outlined here, whereby the committee will review this further at its next meeting, perhaps, and I think that's a good way to ensure we get the best outcomes with that community input. Thank you.
Speaker against. Councillor Patterson to close.
In closing, I just want to comment on Councillor Curtis's statement. To be clear, number 2 is not actively retaining the policy. So if you have a look in the other recommendations we've got today around policies, it is to retire or to retain. This doesn't say we're retaining the policy, and that is not the intent of this. It is to take those considerations at another meeting, to consider what has been called out in that policy that they consider may have been missed before the policy is retired. So I certainly don't see it at odds, and I think it's a testament to the intent of community engagement that we're taking this process along the line. We'll go back one more time to make sure we got it right. Thank you.
The councillors' debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Councillor Toes, I had you down next as the next item to open up. We're going to item 6.3, councillors. And moving committee recommendation or a change, Councillor Tozer?
No, just some questions, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Questions on 6.3?
So yeah, I wasn't able to attend GAF, sadly, because there's obviously lots of very important things that were going on there. But in the recommendation, the committee recommendation for item 6.3, it talks about 6AI, and it talks about that divisional budgets must be allocated for community projects. This is limited to capital expenditure for capital works delivered on council-owned or controlled land. And then Clause 3 says any other community project resolved by council that is in the public interest or provides a community benefit. My question is, I have in my division a number of community halls that are managed by trustees that over multiple years I've provided divisional works for capital projects, re-stumping, things that would be defined as capital work, but they're not council-owned assets. And I wanted to make sure that Section 3 adequately covers me to continue to provide support when and if needed, because they are community projects that are in the public interest, but they may not be resolved by council. So they may be subject to a discretionary grant program, or they might be subject to some other community grant process. And I just want to be, assured that that's okay.
Very, very good question. Very, very good contextual example, and probably a really good demonstration of the difficulty of creating whole of city policy when all our divisions are so different. But Vanessa, are we in a position to be able to answer that very specific example, or is that one we can do today?
Mr. Acting Mayor, I think I might need to take that one on notice, but can I just get clarity that it is in relation to its council-owned land, but not building?
No, the answer is no. So the example I'll give you is the Mount Nimble Hall Association. They own the land and the building. It's an incorporated association. It's entirely charitable in its intent. It's not a commercial operator at all. They do undertake weddings from time to time, but they also manage lots of community events. Another example is the Mayoral Memorial Hall. The land and the building, whilst we actually clean the toilets for them for 30, 40 years, it's not owned by council. They have asked for some money in relation to an air conditioner. I'm not sure if that's operational or capital, but it sounds it's big enough to be capital, I think, and I would hate to think that the council couldn't help those sort of organisations out. I believe that it's captured by 3, but I want to be sure that council officers feel that that is the case.
So just allow Alicia and Nikki the opportunity just to confer quickly. Sorry, Vanessa, do you think we're right to answer that?
Through the acting mayor, I'd probably need to clarify whether it's actually being processed through one of our community grants under our community grants policy, or whether it's being processed through this, which was the councillor divisional allocation projects.
So more often than not, they have applied for a community project grant or a discretionary grant for these sorts of things.
Yeah.
The example I would probably give is some years ago, I think I gave $4,500 to the Mountain Emil Hall Association to assist with some re-stumping.
Yeah.
That was done through discretionary grants, and there's other examples, but that's one that I can think of off the top of my head.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I just wanted to contribute because there have been examples over a long period of time where allocation of funding has been made for projects that are not on council land but are of community benefit, and it's always been in the form of a general business item to override the policy. And that is it.
Okay, so councillors...
I can assure you that a
councillors, I have the floor.
Happen, yeah.
So my proposal is this. It's 12:30. I'm aware that lunch is ready. What I would suggest is that we take the lunch break and allow the officers to dig into Councillor Tozer's contextual example and see if they can bring enough confidence. Otherwise, when we come back, we may look to defer this one as well. So we will break for lunch and that's 12:31. I recommenced the meeting at 13:12. Councillors, when we left for the lunch break, we were discussing item 6.3 in the GAF committee. We were going to allow officers to confer with Councillor Tozer and a couple other divisional councillors just to run through a few other contextual examples. I believe we've got some clarity of where we sit and everything now, so I might go back to Councillor Patterson, if that works, to check where we're up to.
Where we're up to is the officers were providing advice to Councillor Tozer on his question. My understanding is that question was resolved. Yes, probably best Councillor Tozer speak.
Can we, maybe we can just have the answer in the public domain?
If you wouldn't mind, do you just want to get whatever you want on the public record to be confirmed? Would you put the appropriate question through?
The question was, does this change to the policy prevent councillors from allocating allocating funds by whatever mechanism to community organisations who manage their own facilities not owned by council? That was the question, and I think Vanessa had some answers to that.
Vanessa?
Thank you. Through the Acting Mayor. So in answer to your question, no, it does not. So those allocations of funding are made under our community grants program and policy, and it's actually entitled our Community Projects Program, which applicants from community organisations can do through our Smarty Grant system online.
Great. Comfortable with that response, Councillor Tozer?
I understand it better now.
Any other divisional councillor need further clarification on what was explored there? Councillor Young?
Thanks, Acting Mayor. So would that not apply to local area works as well?
Through you, Acting Mayor. So the divisional allocations policy, which is for consideration today, does consolidate what was the local area works policy and what was previously entitled the council events and programs policy. So it is only for use on for council things, so council events, your divisional events, services and programs in your divisions, as well as capital projects in your division. So it's not for the purposes of funding community organisations. That's only through our external community grants or through the prescribed amount in your discretionary funds budget.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson?
I'm happy to move it when you wish.
Seconder? Councillor Gates? Councillor Patterson, would you like to open debate?
Mr. Acting Mayor, I just want to make a comment that there's been a long-term policy review by the city over the last 2 years. A lot of policies, as we know, hadn't been reviewed for quite a while, and I just want to acknowledge all the committee members and people present at the committee. It has been quite technical work. There's been a lot of reading. There's been a lot of work to do, and I think we got to a good place based on everybody's contribution. Thank you.
Speaker against the motion? Would you just mind if I added on to your comments quickly, Councillor Patterson, that I think what we've seen 2 times today is a really good example of how this policy reform stuff should work. Like, you're never going to get it exactly right first time. There's nothing wrong with deferring something for another round to get further input or to go back out and consult with stakeholders again and check some wording. And this has been exceptional work, but remembering the point of updating policies isn't just to set and forget. You update policies so they're at where you need them at that time. You can go back and revisit them as often as you want, and we should be revisiting them more often. I know that's part of Vanessa's forward program, is that these are not set and forget. They should be things where some come back in 6 months, some come back in 12 months or 2 years to make those adjustments based on the lived experiences we've been having with it. So just to very much echo Councillor Patterson's point that I thought it was an excellent GAF committee in general where these things were discussed, and the level of debate today and examples given, and the fact that we've just acknowledged on some things, give it another round, engage with stakeholders further, engage with councillors further to make sure we've got it right, is a really good outcome. Councillor Patterson, would you like to close beyond that? Very good. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried unanimous. Councillors, any other items in GAF? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Item 7.2, I have a change recommendation.
So item 7.2. Councillor Patterson, my understanding is you've discussed this item broadly with, I think, Paul Callender a little bit.
Yes, we didn't receive the information, so it makes sense that all this information is considered at a future GAF meeting. I'll note that when this came to GAF meeting, it was before we also received the QAO's interim reports, which were meant to be tabled at this to council 6 months ago, which would have given us some additional information, and we didn't receive that till after the GAF meeting. And specifically...
Sorry, Councillor, I'll pull you up quickly. So I asked that one question. Are you coming to a question here?
So I just want to explain the reason for moving the item.
If you just wouldn't mind, because I'm a little bit concerned that the original intent of the report that came to the committee was on executive recruitment process, which from memory was a GBI, and that adding this on, we're straying a long way away from the original intent. I'm wondering if this piece of work should be a separate GBI through a committee instead?
No. So this is absolutely specific to the report and committee officer recommendation that came to committee. Unfortunately, the information that came was not sufficient to provide clarity or context, but also in light of the Queensland Audit Office's second interim report, which identifies significant deficiencies in testing of payments to employees on terminating council employment, we've only got half the information, and the committee could not consider this position properly. We have the Auditor General calling out high risks, significant deficiencies related to this area. By adding this additional information, it enables councillors to consider the information we need to consider when looking at that report. So it's simply to request that this information come back to committee so we can consider the report with the detail that really needed to be there in the first place. Thank you.
Mr. Callender, I have a question for you. Some of this information I sense might be straying into an area of that information that we're not entitled to receive as councillors possibly, noting that I'm not sure if you've actually seen this wording before or what's requesting it, but could I get some context from you of, is this all information you can provide, or it may be a case of that some of it you can, but others information you can't provide?
Through you, Acting Mayor, as you've said, seeing this for a very short period, there may be some information in here that we can provide. However, subject to advice that we receive, there may also be information that we can't provide. My other comment is that the report that was tabled in GAF was to address the restructure of November 2023. So this is a little bit of a departure from that, because it did address that specific occurrence of the restructure and how people were appointed through that process for our management.
Mr. Acting Mayor.
Councillor Patterson.
I don't agree with that assessment. I think the requests in here do fully relate to the restructure, because we need to know at what moment in time we're informed that restructure saved the city money and saved it money in terms of staffing costs. But depending on what date is chosen, that can paint a very different picture. The information that's requested in A was already presented, but just not for those dates. So clearly they're legally able to provide us the information because they've provided it for one date. I'm just asking it for some other dates. The detail for the executive positions transferred to the city to controlled entities, I would expect that also can be provided. If the advice is legally they can't provide it to us, well, that can be in the report. The remuneration range by position classification, that information has already been provided to us on certain dates. We're just asking for it on other dates. So there should be absolutely no legal reason why they can give it to us on some dates and not others. Regarding the termination figures for the executives, again, that information's already been presented to us. However, it's been presented not separately, so we can't understand what the costs were. And this one is particularly important because this rate relates directly to the Auditor General calling out a significant deficiency with that and how that's addressed. And with the third item, in terms of the gross inflated numbers, that gives us a clear picture of what the total cost was. Instead, we were given a doctored number of uninflated numbers. So again, if that was been able to provide it to us, there's absolutely no legal reason why this can't.
So
if there is anything in this document that's considered that can't be, well, that can be presented in the report back to GAF.
So I'm going to take that as your opening because I'm guessing you probably just got through it all there. So Councillor Patterson has moved to change the recommendation. Councillor Young, I believe I heard you were prepared to second this. Okay, so we have a live motion. I'll go to questions first. I had Councillor Tozer first and Councillor Castro. Councillors, a forewarning. We've kept very general so far.
It's on confidential papers.
Yeah.
So I'm trying
the matters, we have plenty of reasons going to close if we need to, and if I feel we're even close to it, I'll take us there. But we've kept it general enough for now that I'm comfortable. But if you just keep that in mind. But if you want to go to close, get more specific, I'm happy to go there.
I think I'm going to try to stay in open because I want to give it a crack. So I'm on page 418 of the agenda and on page 416 of the agenda, both of which are on grey paper and confidential. And what I'm trying to, in order to work out whether I can support the change recommendation of Councillor Patterson, I just want to get maybe a question through you to Mr. Callender, if that's okay. I'm trying to work out that on page 416, there are two tables, Table 1 and Table 2. Table 2 is referred to in the resolution, and what it shows to me is a reduction in the number of executive positions. I'm not going to go into the figures. I'm not sure how secret the figures are, but there's a reduction, and that's, I think that's self-evident because we've talked about reducing our number of executive positions. My question is, in Councillor Patterson's proposed resolution, she's identified a number of dates, and I wondered whether you could date those two tables for me rather than just say before and after.
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor. Yes, the first table is the position of the city employees on the 31st of October 2023.
Yes.
The second table refers to the reduction of the SLT, the senior leadership team, as of 1 November 2023.
1 November 2023?
Correct.
Okay, and so the information that Councillor Patterson is seeking is tables subsequent to that. What decisions have we made since then? And is that information, it occurs to me that information is available to us. Is there anything, you've already provided these two dates, is there anything preventing us from obtaining that information?
Through you, Acting Mayor, in that format, absolutely not. It was just a matter of timings as to each of those three dates over the last week, which is what we've relayed to the councillor in getting those dates specific and the numbers that support that.
Right, okay. Okay, so then on page 218, it talks about... 418, sorry. It talks about the cost of the transition, and I'm being necessarily obtuse. Can you kind of help me understand, without going into closed, what the difference would be in... Would we be able to access the individual payments made to executives? It occurs to me that might not be possible.
Through you, Acting Mayor, that is the advice that we are seeking to see if we can disclose that or not. That number there does refer to the restructure costs in isolation.
So, question through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Patterson then. When, Councillor Patterson, you refer to the termination figures for the executives in your resolution, are you asking for individual information on how much the council paid individual staff members?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, no, I'm not asking for individual numbers. So there was a group of executives that were terminated, and there was a group that were nominally vacant executive positions. By combining those, it does not provide clarity to us on what the actual cost was of terminating those executive positions. I'm not asking for individual values, even though it's my understanding, and from the advice of Local Government Association Queensland we had recently, we are entitled to that information if we are concerned. And I would say that Auditor General calling out a significant deficiency would be relevant enough, but I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking for combined number of the nominally vacant executive position and the combined number of the executives who resigned from the positions.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I had the privilege of attending the Audit and Risk Committee yesterday and was able to speak directly to the Queensland Audit Office, and whilst it is noted as a significant item in their report, the explanation was provided such that I feel quite satisfied that I don't require further information. But
sorry, point of order. Sorry, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Come to your point of order. Don't argue it. What's your point of order?
Point of order. First of all, that was a closed meeting, confidential meeting yesterday of Audit and Risk. Secondly, now that it's been made public, the auditor was referring to a different topic and not this one, a different report that came to the Audit and Risk Committee.
Councillor Tozer, conversation on risk.
I feel like I would stand by my comment. Councillor Patterson may have had different conversations with the Queensland Audit Office, but I had my own.
It sounded like you were going to head towards debate and we're still in questions.
No, I don't want to do that. I just want to, I think I've got all my questions answered. Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Castro, your question.
Thanks, Mr. Acting Mayor. Look, it was only through Mr. Cullender's really, it was really through, Paul's concern that this was departing from the from the agenda item as such, that this recommendation was a departure. So I'm just wondering if there is any concern with that from other councillors. Is this something that could be moved as a general business item? I was just more concerned about an argument coming up that this departs from the agenda item, that it's totally different. And if that's the case, could it be moved as a general business item?
So, Councillor Castro, it was kind of where my initial questions, not question or concern I flagged of what the original intent of the report was. I'm going to rule that I'm comfortable enough that there's enough nexus between the original intent of the original report and the additional information being sought here that it's okay. You could, and this could be done by GBI, it could be done through an accepted request to CEO instead. I think either way, these questions are going to be asked, and I think there is enough of a nexus to the original report for it to continue on. It is thin, but it's enough, and instead we do a GBI at the end. I'm happy to leave it here with this, and especially if this is Councillor Patterson's change and she's got reasons for that, and I'd like that to be explored a little bit more before that comes down. Councillor Tozer.
So my question through you to Councillor Patterson. When you use the phrase total gross inflated numbers in CI, section I, keeping in mind that 419's on closed, could you explain what you mean by total gross inflated numbers?
So in that table, if you can refer to it, it states the uninflated numbers. So what it's not informing us is, since the restructure, how much more have those executives been receiving increases in pay? We don't know that without that. I don't know why that would be taken out, so that, I mean, we can work out what inflation is. If it's gone up by the rate of inflation, fine. If it's gone up more than the rate of inflation, well, that's something for us to consider.
So my question probably stands, like, I don't, so when you say total gross inflated numbers, are you trying to say between, it looks like this pre-restructure and post-restructure through the chair, maybe to Mr. Callender, the dates that you provided us earlier about those two tables, are they the same dates that we should apply to the top and the bottom of the table on 419?
Through Acting Mayor, yes, that's correct.
And so my question through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Patterson, then, is what you're asking for then the gross numbers up to July 1, 2025? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so what I mean, if you refer to the table, it's quite clear. It says, and again, we're enclosed, but you can see that it's, the items, the matters closed, it refers to uninflated. Now, we haven't seen that in any other documents that we receive. Why on these figures are we only seeing uninflated? So this is, all I'm asking for is some more information. We have an absolute obligation to be understanding these matters. Thank you.
That's all right. Councillors, any further questions?
So again, follow-up question exactly relating to that. So you're asking for the impact of inflation?
No.
Or
yep.
What do you mean by inflated figures?
Can I try this way? Mr. Callender, do you understand what Councillor Patterson is seeking in that number?
Through you, Acting Mayor, yes. As I understand, that's 24-25, which is at the end of a financial period, and how much it's increased from the increased from the number in the report versus that point in time.
Yeah. Yeah. So are you comfortable that the relevant EGM understands what information's been sought and that'll be presented back in that format?
Gotcha.
Further questions? Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. And I heard a response to a fairly direct question about whether anything in here is information that we're not entitled to, and I didn't get a very reassuring response. What is the risk to council if we have a resolution that includes a request for details that we aren't entitled to in this example?
Jody?
Through the Chair, Mr Acting Mayor, we wouldn't provide information to councillors that might breach some legal requirement. So in providing the response, officers will assess against the privacy legislation and the legalities of the request. And if we have to hold anything back, we would provide an explanation for why. Thank you.
Very good answer. Further questions before we get to formal debate, even though we've strayed there on numerous occasions? Okay. Councillor Patterson, while you've had a lot to say on this matter, would you like to open debate formally on it, or are you happy to leave it as is? Yeah. I'll provide the floor. Is there someone wishing to speak against the motion?
No.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to Councillor Patterson, any need to close?
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. It's our duty and obligation to understand critical matters that happen in the city. There's 15 independent councillors who are responsible for an organisation which would be in the top 50 on the ASX. We need information, not necessarily what the city may think might be useful to us, but what we need to see so we can understand matters. This is a simple request for information so we can properly assess the costs and impact of the restructure. Thank you.
Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Any other items in GAF to deal with? Councillor Patterson, back to you.
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder. One Councillor Josh Martin. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Who had their bingo card that we've only getting a lifestyle at 1:30? Before or after the Mayoral Minute. Very good. Very good. Lifestyle, environment, heritage and resilience. I go to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Councillor Hamill. I move that the minutes of the 859 Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee meeting held on Thursday, the 4th of September 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. All those in favour? Against? Very good. Councillors, items we'd like to do separately. Councillor Young.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I would like to move a different outcome for item 6.1. I've discussed this with the committee chair. This is a petition response regarding flying foxes at Fred Cass Family Park. I just moved that the matter be deferred for consideration at a future meeting of the committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a change recommendation.
Yes.
To defer it to a future.
Yes.
Future committee meeting.
Ed, I'll speak to it briefly if you don't mind.
If we could get the motion up on the screen first, then we'll go from there.
Thank you. Who did? The man. Oh.
Councillor Young, I know you said you'd spoken with the chair, but I'm just interested, do we have a date we want to put on this so that are we next round? Are we 6 months away? How much time do we need?
Whatever's possible for the officers. I imagine it would be the next round, but that's not critical.
No, so probably the next round cut-off has already occurred, so it'd be the November meeting.
Through the Mayor, yes.
Are you happy for us to commit to that, Ms Bogo?
Yes, I am, through the Mayor.
Could we adjust the recommendation that it be referred to the November Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee?
Thanks, Acting Mayor.
I think I heard a couple of voices on who would like to second, so if seek a formal seconder. Councillor Tozer is chair, I'll defer to him to second. Councillor Young, happy with that motion?
Yes, I am, thank you.
The floor is yours.
I'll just be brief. Excuse me. Just whilst we've been in meeting today, my officers made me aware that the petitioner has been in touch. He apparently was sent the draft report by officers, as is the normal process, but unfortunately he hadn't seen it. It was in his spam folder. He's engaged with people from natural areas from the City Council today and with my office, and I'd just like there to be an opportunity for whatever his latent concerns may be to be properly considered. I was comfortable with the analysis, assessment and report myself, but I'd like there to be that further opportunity for him to argue his point. Thank you very much.
Very good, Councillor Young. Happy to take those as you close as well. So I'm assuming there's no one to speak against one. In that case, debate is closed. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Other items in lifestyle?
Item 6.3 to move the committee recommendation.
We go to 6.3.
Second.
Councillor Tozer wishes to move the item. Seconder, Councillor O'Neill.
If you wouldn't mind, I'll cede my opening remarks to Councillor O'Neill.
Councillor O'Neill, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor. This recommendation is seeking Council to go ahead with the statutory process of putting the Pink Hotel, formerly known as the Ocean View Motel, on a local heritage list. Some assessments have been done, but we do need to do the statutory process. And number 3 is also asking that we consult with the Department of State Development and Infrastructure and Planning and investigate what measures we could put on this property while the statutory process takes place. The motel, Ocean View Motel, was built in 1962. And I think some of the additional information that was asked for at committee has been circulated to all councillors so they can see what aspects of the Ocean View Motel should be heritage listed. And I think it's a very positive assessment, and I would ask that the council support this recommendation today to seek to go ahead with that statutory process and seek investigation with the State Department just to see what is possible protection in the meantime. Thank you.
I have a question for the EGM. What kind of timing do we think it will be required in regards to point 3 before we have clarity if there is or isn't pathways available?
Through the acting Mayor, it would only be a matter of a month or so for us to have a discussion. The reality is this pathways discussion is bigger than just while the statutory process is actually occurring. because to fully enact protections, the heritage layer needs to be updated in the city plan, and we're in the process of updating a city plan, so there'd have to be a different statutory process for that to actually occur if it went through the statutory process and the listing was accepted by council. So it's a matter of looking at both of those whilst we discuss with the state officers.
Understood. Thank you for the additional detail. Councillors, anyone wishing to speak against the motion? In that case, Councillor Tozer, the close is yours. Happy to leave that as the close. Councillors, we'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. Councillor Tozer.
Just to move item 6.5 separately, Mr Mayor.
6.5. Seconder for item 6.5. Moving the committee recommendation, Councillor Tozer.
Just the committee recommendation, yeah.
Councillor Marshall's happy to second. Floor is yours, Councillor.
Mr Acting Mayor, the Creative Gold Arts and Culture Action Plan 2025 is a really important body of work. And the reason that it's important is because 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, there was an identified lack in the perceptions of our city when it comes to culture and arts and things like that. There wasn't a perception that Gold Coast had anything going on in that space, really. Sure, we did the odd movie and, we had a great beach and, people like Paula Stafford invented the bikini right here. And there was obviously a few iconic kind of, matters that relate to culture and arts, but we weren't really known as a cultural destination. And over the last decade, we have absolutely transformed our city. We've spent more than $100 million or more on our arts precinct. We've invested in major festivals and events. We've really defined ourselves as a cultural destination in both the national and global context. And I'm really proud of that work. In 2032, the Brisbane Olympics comes ahead, and as part of that, there'll be a cultural Olympiad. And this plan is expected to bridge the gap between the 10-year plan that we've just kind of completed, that has made us, that has put us on the map when it comes to culture, and bridge that gap between when the cultural Olympiad starts in preparation for 2032 Olympics. I know that the body of work that went into this has been really important. I know that the officers worked really hard on it, and I commend it to the council today. Hashtag Creative Gold. We're trying to make sure we continue that initiative. We're using social media. Every time you go to Swell or every time you go to Hot, I mean, honestly, Sia is playing here. Sia, one of the biggest artists in the world right now, is playing on the 7th of November right here at Home of the Arts. The Gold Coast Music Awards is on the 27th of November right here at the Home of the Arts. There are so many great events on, and my encouragement to the public and to councillors is to get behind this plan, and I hope that we can continue to have the next decade be as successful as the past decade has been for us.
Speaker against the motion? Councillor Tozer, take that as your close.
Yes.
We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimous. Any other items from lifestyle councillors? Councillor Tozer.
The remaining recommendations of the Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee be adopted.
Seconded by one councillor, Nick Marshall, OAM. All those in favour? Carried. The colourful Councillor Castro, we go to you for ETEC.
Good to see a bit of non-PC. Well done. You've adopted it. Well done. Okay. Mr Acting Mayor, I move the minutes of the 859th Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting, which were held on Thursday, the 4th of September 2025 and covered by recommendations 1 to 4, and ask that they be received.
Seconder, Councillor Fowler. All those in favour? Motion carried unanimous. Councillor Castro, any items to deal with separately? Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. And through you, 6.2, I'd like to move the committee recommendation and speak to it, if I may.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Councillor Fowler, the floor is yours.
I want to begin by acknowledging the value of this project in strengthening our city's reputation as a leader in sustainable tourism. Encouraging operators to deliver unique nature-based visitor experiences is a win, not just for our economy, but for the protection and celebration of our natural environment. What became apparent through the review of this report was that the reasons that some of our applicants were not successful was potentially due to the quality of their submission, not their idea. So my concern was that why some otherwise excellent applications may be falling short. So if we're truly committed to nurturing grassroots and innovation in this space, then I feel we have a responsibility to make sure that success is not determined by the quality of an application form. Too often we're seeing community operators or small local businesses with fantastic ideas for nature-based tourism who simply don't have the grant writing experience or professional support to put their best case forward. And for that reason at committee, I put forward a change recommendation so we see any future stages of the program incorporate a component of training and mentorship, offering workshops, application support or one-on-one guidance for interested applicants. So the benefit of this approach, it will level the playing field so that no applicant is disadvantaged purely due to lack of grant writing expertise, and it will strengthen the overall quality of applications that we receive, ensuring the program funds the strongest possible projects and maximises outcomes for the city, obviously subject to the program's continuation and council's future budget considerations.
Well said. Anyone to speak against the motion? I'm going to offer the opportunity to anyone else wishing to contribute on this item. Councillor Tozer.
Mr Acting Mayor, I'm really excited about this program. The nature-based tourism program, I think, has been coming for some time, and it's been great to see council not just talk about it as we've done over the last decade, but actually allocate some funding to see this kind of really supercharged. I'm super excited that some of these locations are in Division 9, but what really surprised me is the uniqueness of those applications across the city. They weren't just, nature-based tourism in my head was just kind of the green behind the goal, but there's some phenomenal ideas that are right in the heart of our tourism precinct, and I'm excited about those. Whilst we can't go into the details or identify the locations until the applicants have been notified, I just wanted to commend the committee and the officers' work in putting this all together, and also say that it's not all. That what we're doing today is not all. There's another program coming of major projects in the next cycle, and those are even more exciting. And we're deadly serious about nature-based tourism, and it is exciting to see council not just saying those sort of things, but actually allocating funding to help local small businesses, particularly in the tourism and nature-based tourism sector, deliver the outcomes that we hope for. Thanks.
Again, anyone else wish to contribute? Councillor Fowler to close. I think your opening was a wonderful close as well. Very well done. Councillors, we'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried unanimous. Any other items to deal separately from ETEC? Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr Acting Mayor. I move the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder. Councillor Fowler. All those in favour? Remaining items dealt with. We move on to Water, Waste, Energy Committee. Councillor Curtis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 859 Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of September, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Items to deal with separately from Water and Waste, councillors. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried unanimous. Skipping along the transport, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I move the minutes of the 859 Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of September 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 10 be received.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Items to deal with separately, councillors. Oh, I've got a few hands up. Councillor Castro's hand was up first, and then we'll move around to my right. Councillor Castro, to you.
Thanks, Mr Acting Mayor. It concerns item 6.1, and I would actually like to move a changed recommendation to the officer's recommendation, which was adopted. It is actually up there on the screen, so it's number 1, the officer's report not be adopted. 2, that the CEO provide by the end of October a report to the relevant committee, I'll explain why I've said that later, discussing policy options for adoption by council in relation to the use of all motorised devices in council-controlled places. And 3, that such a report include discussion on all council current local laws that relate in any way to the use of the subject devices.
Councillor Castro has posed a change recommendation. Councillor Gates wishing the second. I accept the second, and the motion is live. Councillor Castro to open debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Mayor. Look, I attended the Transport and Infrastructure Committee because the report that came before that committee was one that I had called for with a general business item several months ago, as it's something that was of particular interest to me and to my community, I'm sure everyone's communities, in relation to e-bikes and PMDs. I came to the committee to ask the question primarily, which was for officers to confirm that the statement in the report was that council does not have any current local laws that specifically regulate e-bikes and PMDs, and the answer we were given was no. We were also advised that there are general local laws, but they require subjective assessment, and it's really hard to determine whether a breach has occurred and to get evidence of a breach. I know Councillor Gates also asked questions in the meeting as well, similar sort of questions, and got the same sort of answers, but we're told that malls were different because signs could be erected in malls to prohibit use. Before my role as chair of Economy, Tourism and Events, I spent probably around 21 years as chair of what was then Community Services. That committee, no smart aleck comments from anyone here. So, no. So, and in that time, all local laws came to the Community Services Committee. So, because I had an inkling that there was something there, it's very hard to find local laws and dig around. So, I wasn't convinced that there wasn't. I thought there is something there, and so I've had to do quite a bit of digging around to find it. But local law number 9, and this was mentioned during the discussion. So local law number 9, Parks and Reserves, at Part 3, Division 1, Section 8, which is access by vehicles for parks and reserves. When you actually read it in its entirety, and there's a fair bit to go through to actually find the information, but if you read it in its entirety, and specifically Clause 1C and Clause 2, that local law number 9, Parks and Reserves, access to vehicles, reads, so, where was I? Part 3, Division 1, here we go. So, access by vehicles, Clause 1, the local government may buy a sign which must be an official traffic sign exhibited in a park or a subordinate local law, otherwise regulate or prohibit the driving, riding, leading, standing, wheeling or parking of a vehicle in a park. If you go over the page, you get to Clause 2, it says a person must not, unless authorised by a permit, contravene a restriction imposed pursuant to subsection 1. Then, I've got quite a bit here, so then if you then go to subordinate local law 9.1, section 8, 2E, and the relevant definitions, it makes it an offence to, among other things, ride an e-bike in a park without a permit. So I'm just going to go to this one. So 8, restricted vehicles. For the purpose of section 8, 1C of local law number 9, Parks and Reserves, 2008, the following vehicles must not be driven, led, stood, wheeled or parked in a park. And if you go down the list, E says a power-assisted cycle. If you then go over the page, it gives a definition of a power-assisted cycle. Means a bicycle to which a power source is attached. Quite clearly, an e-bike has a power source attached to it. So that's local law, subordinate local law 9.1. And there also seems to be a framework in place too. If you actually go through it, can't find the actual part here. I think it's in 13.1, which could prohibit, amongst other things, the use of e-bikes and other motorised devices in parks and other public places. Now, similarly, if we go to Local Law 11 for roads and malls, and I mentioned roads and malls before, and you go to Part 4, Division 1, Section 11(1) and 2, and again, you've got to read it in its entirety, not just pick out bits of it that you might suit, or maybe whoever was looking didn't know where to find it. I don't know, but it has to be read in its entirety. It makes it an offence to ride an e-bike on a footpath without a permit. So I'll actually just go to... Okay, here we go. Division 1, requirement for a permit. A person other than the local government must not operate a regulated activity unless authorised by the local law. A permit granted under Section 13, grant of a permit. A regulated activity means interference with a road. If you then go over the page, it says interference with a road means an activity other than a roadside dining or roadside vending involving, go over the page, a long way down, interference with the operation of a road, which includes a footpath, including the riding of a powered-assisted cycle on a footpath other than a motorised vehicle that is being used by a disabled person, or riding a cycle on a footpath, contrary to an official traffic sign or a subordinate local law. I think there's another bit here. Yeah, no, that's it. So basically, where I'm coming from with this is that, and by the way, there does seem to be a framework in there as well to provide that of making. Where am I? Yeah, so there's a framework in there which allows us to put that in place too. I just don't want to bore you with a lot of information, but that was specifically, we were told that it's really hard to be able to regulate this and see when there's a breach that occurs, but it's quite clear, it's quite definitive of what we can do. So the provisions in the respective local laws and subordinate local laws don't require a subjective assessment. That's what I'm saying. They're quite clear, but they weren't presented to us as part of the report. So, and I know that the requirements for permits was included in the local laws at a time when the use of e-bikes was very minimal, but they exist. They are there if you actually go looking for it in the local law. There are steps that would need to be taken to enforce those provisions, but the statement that there's no specific local law relating to e-bikes is factually incorrect. So contrary to the advice that we received, Council does have current local laws and a regulatory framework that regulates the use of e-bikes in parks and on footpaths. And I accept that it's not ideal, it's clumsy, but as I say, they do exist. So from my point of view, we shouldn't just be putting it in the too hard basket. What we really need is workable enforcement programs that we can develop. So, because if you can't enforce local laws, I don't know what the point is of having local laws, and what's the point of having local law enforcement officers. So there's a lot of widespread community concern in relation to this, and I don't think we should be sitting on our hands and waiting for the parliamentary committee inquiry. I've got a minute left, okay. That's why I left out a lot of the boring stuff, whose findings could take a long time if we get that from the inquiry. So I'm also concerned that the submission that we made to that parliamentary committee inquiry is factually incorrect, because it didn't reference Council's existing regulatory provisions. So there's a big public risk to public safety. That's documented in the report. We've all read that. So it's clear that the prolific use of e-bikes are causing a nuisance in public spaces. They are dangerous, and they're causing unacceptable personal injury. So as far as I'm concerned, we shouldn't be waiting for the parliamentary inquiry. This was not given to us as an option, that we could actually put a permit in place, a permit system in place. So what I'm saying is, let's investigate that, because it could take till middle of next year before the parliamentary inquiry comes up with this stuff. So let's actually look at that. I think it would probably go to GAF as it's a policy. I'm not sure. I've said relevant committee. And look at what we might want to do with it rather than just sitting on our hands and waiting, because we can do it and the laws already exist.
So just to clarify, you were chair. Sorry, Councillor Castro. Just to clarify, you were chair of a committee for how long?
Sorry?
How long were you chair of a committee for?
21 years. I was 7 when I started chairing that committee.
All right.
So, yeah. Which adds up with 28 in Expo 88. See, so I'm not making it up.
I think I'm just shell-shocked because we've just been schooled on local law by Bob Castro and I don't know what to do from here. Councillor Gates, did you have a question or you wish to contribute?
I have a question and a contribution, if you'll accept it. I want to first of all say well done, Councillor Castro, because we both had questions at committee that we were concerned about, and good for you for finding it. I didn't go to that trouble, but well done you. I had a question about the submission that Council has now made to the Transport Operations Review. Given the information that we now have been appraised of with Councillor Castro, would there be a need, can I ask through you to the EGM, do you consider there might be a need to review the submission that Council has made, given the information we now have, and was the same sort of information that was provided to us at committee what formed the submission to the state government, please?
Through the Acting Mayor, I'll obviously wait for confirmation on the local law changes, but certainly if there is any relevant amendments necessary to that submission, we could certainly review it and provide an update.
Chairman, I think it's really important, and I do recognise that in answering our questions at committee, there was a degree of concern about enforcement, and that Council perhaps had limited enforcement powers. But there are examples where we have signage, even as far north as Division 3, where a walkway prohibits the entrance of motorised vehicles, and a fine is listed on that notification. So it's a council fine, it's not a state fine. So clearly there are avenues for us to proceed with something that might assist keeping a few of these youngsters, especially out of hospital, as the report indicates. It's a growing concern. So I guess if we get a report back, it will cover off on all those things about the potential for enforcement if some additional regulation is put in place.
Mr Connery.
Through you, Acting Mayor. Councillor, more than happy, obviously, to provide a detailed report that articulates the different options in terms of enforcement. Very quickly, obviously, we have the Interim being the state legislation, which we're currently not empowered to enforce for that particular component. In regards to the local laws, there are some mechanisms to conduct a level of enforcement through the various local laws, but we can provide a significant amount of detail in a follow-on report. I would just caution that in terms of minors, we are prohibited from that enforcement for anyone under the age of 18, specific to this instance.
Thank you.
And councillors, if we go back to general debate, is there any other questions while we've got a full gaggle of officers here? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I just want to get a clear understanding of this local law, because it's important. We've got a lot of active travel paths through our parks, and where we determine this particular item that Councillor Boblakash's discussion. I think for my broader purpose, there's a bigger problem than just a few parks we may be able to inhibit. So I'm really supportive of the original recommendation, but I'm really just interested in the local law where we can actually enforce these, and how many of those areas do we currently have now that allow for this local law to operate?
Through you, Acting Mayor, Councillor, to provide you a comprehensive response, I'd just like to take that on notice and can provide the details of all locations. But in a, I guess, more of a general sense, there are certainly some locations where it can be enforced, but it's got to meet the specifics of that particular component of the local law. So I think in our previous responses, we had an intent to explain that there is not a specific single local law that covers PMDs in detail. However, there are a number of circumstances where we can lever off different components of different local laws, depending on the location, the specific circumstances, and we can articulate that in a follow-on report.
Follow-up question.
Follow-up question, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, so at the moment, our current local law does indicate there's some locations that we can obviously use this local law. I suppose, at the moment, the intent of the actual review is to understand the bigger, broader problem with e-bikes in our community. So again, this is a current law that we do use right now, and you're going to take on notice what those areas are. I suppose my question is, might go back to the director. The intent of the report is to look at the broader concerns with e-bikes, and obviously how we can use our local law. To the director, is that the intent of the report?
So, EGM, Councillor Taylor, I think that's been answered with Luke's last response, that all that detail you're seeking, the intent of it is wrapped up in that. I think the EGM can only probably say the same thing again. Cool. Do you have any further follow-up questions, Councillor Taylor?
No, but I would like to foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
That's fine. So foreshadow is on the floor, but I'm just going to finish with some questions first so we can hopefully get back to debate proper. Councillor Doran, question?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Just a matter of process. I think you mentioned a little earlier that the timing for committee agendas has already passed. As I say, October. Is that realistic, or does it need to be different?
You took the question straight out of my mouth, Councillor Doran. Was just to check, is the October time frame achievable, or have we left ourselves a little time here, Mr. EGM and Mr. GM?
Through you, Acting Mayor, an additional timeframe will allow us to have a more comprehensive response. So if it's able to be shifted to November timeframe, that would be appreciated.
So I just had a whisper from this way. We have two committees in October. I think, and one is very late in October. Councillor Castro, are you happy that if officers came back to you and said that they'd prefer to come the November round because they need a bit more time, that would be okay, but we won't be any later than that? I think is a clear enough undertaking. So we'll leave that as is. Councillor Doran, was that your only question? Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. And through you, I wonder if you just take a comment for considerations for councillors, and would you first take that?
If you wouldn't mind to check, if there's no more questions, we'll go back to debate, and I'm happy to open debate.
I'm not debating. It's just a point. At the Mayoral Safer Suburbs Forum, the whole topic was this, and we had a really great presentation by TMR, and I think just to remind councillors, if they're not aware of just some key dates. So March, we're actually looking at the committee who are doing the parliamentary inquiry, presenting that to Parliament, and then it's actually in July that will all be handed down. So just to keep, I'm looking at a November date. March is quite soon, so if there was a change made by the city on any submission, that's just some dates to consider.
Thank you for that input, councillor. That's relevant stuff. Question, Councillor Curtis, for speaking against the motion.
No, just a question.
Question?
Just most of the discussion has centred around parks at this stage, and I do note that the resolution says council control places, so I'm sure this is included, but I just wanted to make sure that included sports and recreation zones, such as the Runaway Bay Sports Precinct, where we're having a lot of issues as well.
Through you, Acting Mayor, Councillor, if it suits council, we can cover off on all council locations, including sports and recreation areas.
I think that would be appropriate, Luke, because we know part of the problem is that there's magical lines where something is a reserve, and then the magical line says it's now this, and our local law doesn't necessarily cover both. So you make the report as holistic as you think is reasonable to make sure that we cover all the intent. Councillor Wilkinson, question.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and I guess it's through you to the mover of the change recommendation. I just note that in the original recommendation, points 1 and 2, I don't like noting the point one, noting the content of the report, where your recommendation says the report not be adopted. We're not adopting this necessarily. I think we're just noting it in point one of the original recommendation. Point two, I think, is just simply noting what we've already sent to the Queensland State Government. So I don't know if it necessarily needs to be removed. I guess the question is, would the mover of the change recommendation still hold those first two, and then perhaps keep the number 2 and 3 from the change recommendation, and then add in number 3 from the original one as the final piece, because I think ultimately it has to come back after this inquiry. So I'm just wanting to get some feedback through you, Bob, in relation to this, whether Councillor Castro, would you consider that change? Because I think that there's parts of this that are completely just missed. That's all.
Okay. Councillor Castro,
I'm actually
did you understand
confused what the change was? You're asking to keep 1 and 2 of the original recommendation.
2 and 3, and then 3 at the end of the.
Well, I guess it does say we're noting. Whether I agree with it or not, I suppose you're right. We're not adopting. I mean, technically, we're noting it, but I'm just concerned that the information that we've sent doesn't have factual information, because I pointed out that. 1 and 2, and then you're saying keep. So 1 and 2, and keep my 2 and 3.
And then add number 3 from the original at the bottom, because it has to come back.
The report be brought to a future transport and infrastructure. But it's going to come back anyway, and so I don't think we need that one.
Councillor Wilkinson. I'm going to say, if it was council endorsed in 1 or 2, I would see the relevance of it. But when it's just noting information, it's probably not of huge concern, because we will note that information in the future reports anyway. So I don't think it's necessary to make a change to it. It is your motion, Councillor Castro, so I'd leave it to you.
I don't mind if we take 1 that the officer's report not be adopted, because I do take that we're not adopting. We were saying noted, so I'm quite happy for that to be removed.
Yeah, I think
I'm not going to support it, but you should go.
All right.
Okay, Councillor Castro, it is your recommendation. So, are you making a change? Are you happy to leave it?
I'm quite happy to take 1 out. That's fine if that makes Councillor Wilkinson more.
Would you simply put 1 from the original in? That's what I'm asking. Swap that. So just simply, the comment, but then this is what you actually say.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with that. We're noting it. That's fine. That's fine. So I'm happy to do that.
Okay. So Councillor Castro would like to amend his motion. So we're taking number 1 from that there and deleting the second part. So confirming, Councillor Castro, that is your new motion.
Yep.
Councillor Gates, you were second. Are you happy to accept that as is?
I am, Chairman, and I think Councillor Wilkinson also wanted to ensure that we still got a report brought back with the findings of the state development investigation. So maybe Councillor Castro would consider adding another 4 that just says that a report be brought to a future Transport and Infrastructure Committee summarising the findings of the state development.
Thanks for articulating that.
Very good.
For me.
Thanks.
My brain's a little screwed.
It's my 2 and 3 which are the most important. So.
Councillor O'Neill with a question.
Yes, Acting Mayor, I do have a question to Mr Connery. Mr Connery, is there a reason that you didn't say anything about Local Law 9 in your information to all councillors about this subject? Because I am really concerned having lots of shared pathways in my area and the amount of complaints I'm getting, and of course all of the pop-up safety workshop that we've done along the walkways, telling people that we are waiting for this inquiry, and also that we can't enforce, especially the speed.
Through you, Acting Mayor. Councillor, the intent of that correspondence that you received outside of committee and council was to articulate that there was actually components within the local laws that could be applied, not to preclude Local Law 9. So that wasn't the intent. I think that's a communication error on our behalf.
Okay, back to Councillor Castro's recommendation, because I don't think we've got it there yet.
So we need the number 4 about the state government report still needs to go in, and we need to change the October to November in number 2. I believe. Yep.
That's right. And that leaves it open to whatever round the officers can get it to is good. Okay. Question. I just want to make sure first. So Councillor Castro, Councillor Gates, this is your motion. So this is where we've got to with it. Both happy? All right. Councillor Toews, a question?
So I've taken the liberty of reading Mr Connery's advice to councillors that I think was sent yesterday and talked a little bit about that. And I wanted to just perhaps ask some questions that can help him clarify that information. So in the advice you've provided to us, which I'm assuming is not confidential, it talks about significant challenges for council officers in regulating the misuse of personal mobility devices, and it talks about many of those contravening the local law are minors aged 10 to 17, which limits the liability of city officers in terms of identification and prosecution under the Youth Justice Act. Could you just help me understand how the Youth Justice Act prevents us from into engaging with underage riders of PMDs?
Through you, Acting Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor. It's from our understanding, working with the team, we don't have delegations under that Act to enforce or issue infringements to minors.
So does that capture us all the time? So if someone is under 18 and parks illegally, are we not allowed to give them a parking ticket?
Through you, Acting Mayor, I'd have to take that one on notice with the parking team.
Are all our laws subject to the Youth Justice Act? And
Parking offences to the owner of the
can we? Yeah, I mean, maybe you can take it on notice. But to me, that is you've just identified something for me
we'll
that
definitely take that one on notice.
Profoundly challenging. You've also talked about in your advice to us, city officers do not hold powers under the Interim Act for speeding and driving and ignoring traffic controls, and yet Councillor Castro has identified some elements of the local law under Local Law 9 that appear to provide us power. So, sorry, subordinate 5.1?
And subordinate Local Law 9.1.
So, I think my question is, in light of the advice that Councillor Castro has provided to Council and has obviously investigated, has he identified, rather than identifying a power that we have, has he maybe recognised an inconsistency of our local law with the state legislation? Could you comment on that, please?
Through you, Acting Mayor. We'd like to investigate that one a bit further, and we can include that in this report. The advice that we have today, and this would be, as what Councillor Castro said, would be access to specific parks and areas where we may be able to, under the local law, restrict that access. So if someone was to enter that on a e-scooter or an e-bike, we may be able to, if they're over 18 years of age, undertake compliance action. But that's where we would like to take this report away and assess that in further detail, look at previous advice that we've received around this, which also includes heads of power in the Interim as well. So it's worth noting that our officers do not hold delegations on the Interim to issue infringements for a no personal mobility device sign. So again, we want to do that investigation to make sure we can ensure those local laws are being enforced the best way possible.
Okay, my last question is just relating to the resources of council. So, it occurs to me we don't have a crack team of motorcycle riding local law officers. And my observation of some of these potentially offending incidents is that they're travelling quite fast and hard to catch. You've commented in your advice here that, can you help us understand how we might even try to go down this track of enforcing the law? Or is it then that the local laws that Councillor Castro has identified are actually about us being lawfully able to restrict access via fencing as opposed to prosecuting people who are on bikes?
Through you, Acting Mayor. Councillor, correct, there are some real complexities in terms of actually being able to implement enforcement, in particular being able to elicit the personal information from the potential alleged offender to then clarify the offence. So I've got to be able to get their details, their name, all those kind of details, clarify that they're not under the age of 18. In addition to be actually able to do that, then you've actually got to be in person and have that person interaction. You're correct, we do not have officers that have similar mobility devices in order to do that effectively. So there's some pretty significant challenges specific to this issue in being able to gather enough information to effectively use either local laws as appropriate, or if we were delegated authority under the Interim Act, we're not well positioned to do that as compared to potentially other agencies and organisations.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Right, so we're back to debate. I was at a speaker against the motion. Speaker against the updated change recommendation. Councillor Tosin.
Councillor Hamill, I think I admire the Councillor Castra's effort in understanding local laws and trying to find ones that make sense for us to enforce. But I think what we're communicating here, the optics of what we're communicating here, is that we're taking responsibility for something that is actually a police matter. The reality is access to a park is different than speeding through a park. And in my division, the majority of people who use personal mobility devices in a park or reserve use them pretty well. You know, most of them use them pretty well. And it occurs to me that the local law process that Councillor Castra is proposing we engage with would actually prohibit people who are using those devices lawfully and appropriately. I think that's problematic. And given that I'm so aware of our budget, situation as a council, I can't support the idea that we would engage in, advancing an idea that we, might have a crack team of council local law officers on personal mobility devices hunting down the baddies on personal mobility devices. I just can't see how that makes practical sense for us in this current economic climate. I do think we have a great team of adequately resourced and legislated individuals in our community that can do this sort of work, and they are the police. And today in this meeting, we've talked a lot about that nexus between state responsibility and local responsibility, and I think this is a step too far in something that does really obligate the ratepayer to do things that the police are both best equipped to do and also appropriately legislated to do. I can't support the motion. I will ultimately support the foreshadowed motion, and whilst I commend Councillor Castra's diligent work in local law analysis, I just can't see us practically using that local law for the outcome that it appears Councillor Castra is keen to obtain for the city.
Speaker for the motion, Councillor Curtis.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. And I just bring attention to my understanding of the purpose of Councillor Castra's amendment here, and it is really about knowing what the local laws are, and it doesn't speak to what our enforcement options are moving forward from that. And as somebody that has this topic raised with them, I would say on a daily basis for my constituents, I need to know what the laws are that we're responsible to at least inform the community of. And so I really need that information so that I don't get caught out by being told by a constituent that they've looked up our laws and I'm not aware of them. And I think it's behoving on us to be fully across what the local laws are. The challenges with enforcement are a step beyond this and perhaps, certainly not in our realm to manage, but I think we need to know the starting point. And so I support the change recommendation.
Speaker against the motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. And look, I don't think we're all in this room challenged with a new device that's on our streets, in our parks, and all around the city. It's not just something, as the report showed, in some areas the increase has been up to 1,500 times in some particular areas. The idea of this report is to understand a state inquiry that's happening at the moment. We all know that there's got to be stronger regulations, improvements to, one, monitor, regulate and enforce. Two, we need to ensure that these devices are imported correctly. And three, we need to understand what state legislation changes may be so that then we can reflect our local laws accordingly. what I'm reading here is a local law that we do have. And I know the Broadbeach Mall and Service Paradise Mall actually does use this component. So we do have the ability at the moment of actually having restricted areas. Where and how we get those areas restricted is obviously there'll be a process internally. So currently we do have a local law that does allow us to have restricted areas. It also, regulation obviously is a challenge. Two, there is a big concern with ongoing these devices in our city, not just in our parks, not just in our walkways, not just in our sporting fields, roads, they're everywhere. So I really feel the original the officer's recommendation calls those options out. It talks about the report. It also talks about the submission that we submitted, and I'm sure a lot of other stakeholders would have put in a strong submission to that report. So I feel the original officer's recommendation is more appropriate to get a better outcome for the city moving forward.
Speaker for the motion, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. As someone who walks the Ocean Way between Broadbeach and Surfers Daily and the Surfers Paradise Mall, I can absolutely affirm that you just don't see any of these motorised vehicles in the mall. And I'm sure that whatever we've got in place there and wherever the signage is, I must admit to not having noticed it, but I can certainly tell you that it works. And I can also promise you that I have nearly come to grief myself. I've mentioned this on the floor of council on a number of occasions, that I have been actually pushed off the pathway by a speeding bike and had someone else on a pushy stop to see if I was okay. I mean, they're so dangerous for, and I'm going to say elderly people here, and I don't want a word from any of you, but they are really dangerous for elderly people walking along the Ocean Way, because no one uses a bell. I haven't ever had a bell rung when they've been coming from behind. They don't use a bell. There's no warning that they're even there until they're right beside you. And if there are people walking towards you in more than single file, in twos or threes, they come onto the opposite side and nearly belt you over going the opposite way. So I really respect that Councillor Lacastre has gone to the trouble that he has today, because we're not yet talking about enforcement, and we are, however, looking at every option that we as a local authority may have to improve the safety of people using our recreational areas and our pathways. If we're able to do it in the Broadbeach and Surfers Mall, one would wonder, if it's effective in those locations, why that just can't be moved to other locations where there are known issues of concern. And it's obvious that many of us as elected representatives are being frequently contacted about the concern of the broader community about their safety, their personal safety, when using the recreational areas that ratepayers have funded for the benefit of the wider community. So I applaud the change that Councillor Lacastre has brought forward and hope that it gets the support of Council.
Speaker against. You sure you seem hesitant?
Acting Mayor, I am torn with this one because I appreciate Councillor Castre's effort. I have the opposite experience from Councillor Gates, and that we have signs up in Tugun and around Greenmount Hill asking people to dismount. We don't want bikes around there, and they just totally ignore the signs. If you hadn't put number 4 on there, I think I'll probably vote for it, but I'm sure that I just don't want to give the false impression to the residents that this local law is going to in any way change signage. speed until we get an enforcement, until we get something from the state government that actually addresses those. So I want to know what the local law says and what we can say to the residents, but I don't want to confuse them even more than they're confused. But I do thank you, Councillor Castro, for your efforts. I just don't think that it's going to work, but I'm going to vote for it anyway.
Don't want to confuse you don't want to confuse people as much as you just confused all of us. So that, sorry, just checking, you were a speaker against then, weren't you? I actually can't tell in the end. Okay, speaker against. So no, sorry, that was a speaker against. Speaker for, Councillor Wilkinson. I'm just not sure what. Councillor Wilkinson,
thank you, Acting Mayor, and I'll try and be clearer in what I say than my question to Councillor Castro before. You have to excuse me, my head's a little bit cloudy with a bit of a flu, but I think we ended up landing where I was intending for it to get, which is more or less a hybrid of what was the original recommendation, more or less, and also the consideration of what Councillor Castro has actually brought forward today, which to me is actually more or less just looking at what we've already got in place and then trying to understand that better today and then make decisions moving forward. And then also on top of that, so as an interim, we're already doing this, then in the future, when that other report does come back that's being looked at, or the inquiry that's being looked at the state government, no doubt there will be other further considerations. But I think it's this interim measure that I think is already available to us that I think absolutely we should see what's possibly capable in that space, given that there are already areas that this is being looked at and being done in. I definitely understand and appreciate the commentary for those who perhaps are going to vote against this today in the aspect of enforcement. It is simply us looking at what is currently in existence, I think, understanding that better and then looking at what measures we could take in the interim to actually do better, but also then consider future considers from that e-inquiry later down the track. So I think this has landed where it should have landed, and I commend Councillor Castro for doing the background work on this, and I hope the other councillors today will support this recommendation.
Speaker against? Councillor Castro to close.
Thanks, Mr. Acting Mayor. Look, I just want to go back firstly to Councillor Tozer's comment, where Councillor Tozer, or his statement, where he actually said, you know, I appreciate Councillor Castro trying to find local laws. I didn't try to find them there. They actually exist. I read them out. It's Local Law 9, it's Subordinate Local Law 9.1, and they already exist. It makes it clear. For the purpose of Section 8, which I went through, the following vehicles must not be driven, led, stood, wheeled or parked in a park. A power-assisted cycle. An e-bike is a power-assisted cycle. Now, I agree that it's clumsy the way it is at the moment, and it's hard to regulate. I appreciate that from the officers to enforce it, but it does exist. What I'm complaining about is in number 2. I'm saying that it wasn't brought to us as an option. It wasn't even mentioned. None of this was mentioned in the report because no one drilled down far enough in the report to find this. We were only given part of the information. And if you read these local laws in their entirety, we already have measures in place. So if you look at number 2, what I'm saying is it wasn't given to us as an option, that we might decide to discuss whether we want to put a policy position in place to have permits, and whether we grant the permit or whether we don't, and when we grant the permits, maybe we grant some, maybe we don't grant others. So I want to come back so we can have that discussion. Now, we might decide we don't want to do that. We might decide that's too hard. But we should at least have the option, and we should have been given all the information so that we could have explored that option. So that's the first thing. The other thing is, we keep going back to state government and Interim. Does nobody understand here that Interim gives us the power to make local laws? Under Interim, we can do that. We keep going to Interim like, oh yeah, we can't touch it, but it's Interim. That gives us the ability and the power to do it. That's fact. That is actual fact. We can do that. We can make a local law and we can put that in place. It doesn't matter what the state says. If we make a local law and we put a permit system in place, that stays in place and we can do that. Under Interim, it allows us to do that. So what I'm talking about is look, yeah, I'm just going to go back to this report. Did anyone actually look at the numbers in this report? Data available up to November 24, from January 22 to November 2024. 2 fatalities in 2024, 2 fatalities in 2025, talking about e-bikes and PMDs, 81 hospitalisation crashes with a 650% increase in e-bike crashes, and a 260% increase in PMD crashes. 56 medical crashes were reported with a 125% increase in e-bike crashes and a 340% increase in PMD crashes. 24 minor injury crashes and 400% increase in e-bike crashes and 800% in PMD crashes. It's a bloody problem. It's an absolute problem because e-bikes and PMDs are not compatible to be sharing footpaths with pedestrians because they are motorised and they are dangerous and people are getting hurt, people are getting killed. They don't fit together. We already have laws in place which can restrict this, but they're difficult to implement. So let's have a look at whether we want to adopt something rather than waiting for what the state does, because we have control over this. We have the power to do this. And the other thing is we're talking about minors. Has anyone actually looked at the people who are riding these things? There's a huge percentage of people who are over 18. I would say there's probably more people over 18, I would hazard a guess, who are actually riding e-bikes and PMDs than there are young people. And if we want to talk about, oh, it's too hard, well, you know, you've got to have workable, enforceable regulations. Otherwise, it's a waste of time having these because we're not enforcing them. So let's tighten it up, let's strengthen it up, and let's enforce the damn things because it needs to be enforced. It really does. So, you know, years ago, dogs used to crap all over the footpath. Okay, dogs used to crap in the park. How many people now, when they're walking their dogs, leave, you know, crap on the footpath, crap in the parks? Because we put workable enforcement things in place. So we put poo bins with bags so people could do it. We went out there with our council officers and we actively targeted areas and fined people for doing it. And it works because we took proactive action. And we can actually go out there in the same way with our law enforcement officers, and we can go out there with police. So if we have got, you know, someone who's underage and we can't pull them up, well, the police can. But let's make an active, workable, enforceable program, and let's put it in place, and let's make a lot of people safer, and stop all these horrendous statistics that are in here. So I'll just leave it at that. But I really hope we can get the support on this, and we can make a decision as a council whether we want to go down this track or not. If we decide we don't, but let's at least debate it and let's have a look at whether it's worth doing. And we can do it. And under Interim, we can make local laws. It gives us that power.
Councillors, debate is closed. I'll take the vote and I will call division. All those in favour of the change recommendation?
Acting Mayor Hemel, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Now, I did that on purpose because I just wanted Bob to have a record of where he managed to swing that many votes on an item and get around to everyone voting for it. The change recommendation is carried unanimous. Any other items in tick, councillors? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I would like to open 6.4 and move a changed recommendation.
We are going to item 6.4 for a change recommendation.
And Chamber has words.
Very good. We'll just let it get up and get it clear what the changes are. Sweet. Councillor Joan, do you want to possibly give a quick synopsis of what the changes are in yours versus committee?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So I listened to committee, and this here is a change recommendation that has been drafted in concert with officers. And what it does, it splits out previously number 3 into 2, which contains number 3 speaks to the ability during local event day traffic management to connect Stadium Drive and Gilgai Road in the future proposed Greenheart Stage 2. It separates number 3 into 2, which includes number 4 to address a concern that Councillor Tozer raised with regard to a through road to Robina Parkway, and instead requests city officers in the development of Greenheart consider only localised event day traffic management options, which is similar to exactly the same as what is proposed for the north-south. And to address another concern which was raised at committee, which I respect because I wasn't on the committee, that the update, instead of bringing a report back to September, Acting Mayor, we bring an update back. And I'll address why that's important in the opening.
Understood. Can I check, is any councillor wishing to ask Councillor Doran a question of the practicalities of his change? In that case, Councillor Doran has moved. Sorry, Councillor Castro. Oh, Councillor Gates already has. Councillor Gates already has. Yep. So we will go to that then. So Councillor Doran has moved the change recommendation, and Councillor Gates has seconded it. We'll just let that be there. Councillor Doran to open debate.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So before I get to the substance of the report, I'll just quickly touch on again the changes just so everybody's very clear. I was very grateful of Councillor Gates moving a very hastily drafted change recommendation on my behalf at committee. I accept that there were some significant faults with that drafting, and this here seeks to address the concerns raised by committee members to some of the solutions that we're aiming for the Robina Transport Network. Essentially, if I distill it down, in the development of Greenheart Stage 2, there is an opportunity to address some really significant challenges around event days at Seabus Stadium by having event day management ability to open up a road that connects to Gilgai Road in Merrimack from Stadium Drive, which is something if we don't do as part of this, we simply will never have another opportunity to improve those event day managements. I accept that there was concern around having an access road out to Robina Parkway at all times, and I listened to that, Acting Mayor, but I still believe that it is in the interest of Stadium Drive that we and Seabus Stadium's event day management that we have the ability to explore how that could be used better in event days. It's not actually going to be a permanent thing. It's about making sure we can get people in and out, because this is our only chance, if in the development of Stage 2 of Greenheart, to address that real concern. And then, Acting Mayor, you are trying to help my clumsily drafted recommendation, sought to bring something back in September. Well, officers have quite rightfully informed me that it wasn't practical to have the solution in September, but I have their assurances that they are working on the outcomes that were put forward. And so that leads me to why those outcomes are important. If I could just briefly touch on that. I outlined earlier when we talked about the Robina Central Planning Review update that Robina is a key regional centre in the city plan, a principal regional centre, activity centre, but also Robina and Bar City Lakes Regional Economic Cluster is identified within the Shaping SEQ plan. The traffic in and out of Robina is the biggest problem in my division. It has been identified by city officers quite regularly as being a key priority, and what we're seeking to do here in this report, what they are seeking to do is address the intermediate concerns around addressing the main problems in Robina in isolation of the state government not improving Exit 82 overpass. And the position until this report was quite rightfully, without improving Exit 82 overpass, we don't get the benefits from the spend, quite frankly. And we need the state government to upgrade their overpass because essentially the traffic is pushed into Somerset Drive in Councillor Tozer's area and also quite considerably into the localised network around Robina. My problem with that is not the expertise of the officers, it's been the fact that the state government hasn't shown that it's a priority for them when they're running an entire state. And in the short term, we keep coming back to, well, we don't get a benefit about it. And so this particular report is so welcome for my community because of what it does, it addresses 3 specific options that we can do with some detailed planning in the future, potentially, and future endorsement by the council, that we're going to look into to see how we can solve the problems ourselves while still advocating for the state to do their Exit 82. And that's a really sensible approach. Well, the report indicated that if doing the 3 options, you could reduce the peak period travel times by 40%. Now, the perfect is that we do it in concert with the state, but the good is if something can be done that improves it by that much for residents, but also for the extreme amount of commuters that come from the coastal suburbs through and connecting to the M1 and out to Division 9 as well. I really welcome the effort that the officers went to identify some of these solutions. I really hope that engagement with the state is fruitful and that we can get some of these options considered as part of future planning. I hope that councillors, you'll agree that there's that this is a good compromise. I've listened to the concerns raised at committee, and I hope that you all support this important change.
Speaker against the recommendation. Question, Councillor Tozer.
So in the new item 9, it talks about potential land acquisition. Is it possible for us to be more specific about that, or would you prefer to keep it quite vague? And if we are going to keep it vague, do you mean land acquisition for the improvement of the road network? That's a question through you to perhaps Councillor Doran.
Please.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So the wording, I think, is sufficient at this point for the officers. The officers actually had a say in drafting that. I think that they are going to bring a report back that will identify the details around what they're talking about.
EGM,
but it was drafted in concert with officers.
Mr. EGM, do you want to touch on that briefly?
Through you, Acting Mayor, we can bring back any potential land acquisition implications with that interim report and update. Obviously, any of those solutions that are constrained or require that additional land purchase to actually implement, that'll be part of that options assessment and report back to Council.
Councillor Gates.
I think, just for clarity, I think that point was there because of the confusion, and I queried whether the land ownership on either side, where it was proposed on page 157 that a new southern M1 overpass be created. And so there was a query at committee about land acquisition that might be necessary to actually allow for that to occur. So there is a report that's going to detail that potential land acquisition, and that's why that is in my recollection.
If you've got further context, Councillor Doran.
Well, just to say that I'm not wedded to number 9 that's there now. If it helps Councillor Gates and Councillor Tozer, quite happy to substitute 9 for the committee recommendation because I think they're talking about the same thing. No? Okay.
Vagueness is good as long as I know what it's about.
Vagueness is good as long as I know what it's about. Understood.
Well, it just needed clarity.
Councillors, Councillor Doran has open debate and we've had a couple of questions. Is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Doran, did you need to close on the item? I close debate and call the vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Further items from Transport and Infrastructure. Councillor, it was a dead heat, but I think Councillor Marshall might have been in first. Councillor Marshall, you have the call.
Just 7.3, Acting Mayor.
We're off to 7.3. And what are we doing, Councillor Marshall? Questions?
Sorry, I'm just going to move the committee's recommendation and just briefly speak to it.
Do we have a seconder? We had half a dozen hands, but I'll take that. Councillor Young to second it. Councillor Marshall. So we're sweet there. Cool. Councillor Marshall to open debate.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Look, I want to thank the officers for putting this report together. This was actually a GBI that Councillor Doran and I put forward. The East-West corridor, obviously we talk a lot about the central spine or the coastal corridor that the light rail and that sort of discussion was around. But from my perspective, the East-West corridor is equally as important, and there's been a lot of debate as to what will constitute that East-West corridor. I was really happy to see in the report and the officers that both areas, I guess, run through my area. My book ended by one with Councillor Taylor, and then also one from Robina through to Miami. I do really look forward to advocating for this further because I think it's a very necessary thing for my division and connect the greater Gold Coast. And I look forward to the Mayor, I guess, writing to the state government to advocate that this is our position on this matter.
Speaker against the motion? I'm happy on this item to open the floor. Anyone else wishing to contribute? Councillor Young.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Councillors, I'm certainly strongly supporting the motion in front of us, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to it. And in particular, number 4 is important to me. We're all jingoistic, but we're all in the same room together fighting for our city. And as Councillor Lacastra KC acknowledged earlier, we have been venturing for these east-west connections for a very long time, King's Council. And this is very important that we don't let this one drop off, because the planning for the corridor from Nerang to Broadbeach is being done by TMR. We're not privy to what that involves exactly. We've been given a draft, some kind of scoping map, but certainly not to the we haven't got the information to the detail that's been provided in regards to the southern corridor. It's possible that the TMR is restricting its area of interest and won't extend further than Nerang Station, and I can well understand their reasons not to do that. From an economic point of view, it doesn't make a lot of sense to try to squeeze a rapid transit corridor down the bit of Nerang Broadbeach Road that's west of the stadium, basically, because it's just 2 lanes now, and they're going to have to squish up that road also, the off traffic and the on traffic for the M2 or M9, I think it's called now, the Coomera corridor, which comes out on Nerang Broadbeach Road. So there'll be traffic coming down the corridor at the Coomera connector onto Nerang Broadbeach Road, turning towards Nerang. It's a congested bit of road already. It's going to have that additional traffic, and then through our suggestion, possibly that public transport corridor extended across the motorway and into the heart of Nerang. It's really vital because the station's in the wrong spot, basically, to support a proper, condensed economic development of Nerang as a township. We ourselves are looking at redevelopment of sites, for example, the Nerang administration site, which offers great prospects for revitalising Nerang through additional residential facilities and community facilities. And so this transportation, the public transportation connection to the seaboard is really vitally important, and I'm looking forward to very positive response from the state, no doubt. Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Anyone else wishing to contribute? If you wouldn't mind, I would mind. I said a lot on this committee, but I just would like to briefly contribute. I think on the back of the Mayoral Minute this morning, that this is even more reason for me of why a different approach to how we are working on collaborating on the ultimate public transport network of the Gold Coast needs to occur. Like, we shouldn't be doing reports on different sections. The report should be about the overall network and clear knowledge of what those priorities are. And Councillor Young makes a really good point. Like, this particular one's being led by DTMR, and while our officers are at the table, we're limited in what information we know and what that looks like, and we're not sure of inputs like the new planning scheme and dwelling supply are numbers that they're looking at or not. So for me, while I'm happy to support this today, it talks to that greater problem and what I hope is a great opportunity that we might see a different approach to the public transport networks on the Gold Coast, and that these east-west ones are truly needed, and that when we can get these ones done, we can then get serious about some other east-west ones, because there are 5 or 6 of these corridors all the way up to Hope Island that have been identified that sit on maps as line on a page, but they've been sitting as lines and pages for a long time, and the city has grown a lot since then, and we can't continue to take this much time. So happy to support this today, very happy to support what I pushed for at committee, which was that ultimately, while maybe before the Olympics it might only go as far as Nerang Station, we can't lose sight of that there is great opportunities in Nerang on the other side of the highway for residential growth and commercial growth that can't be utilised unless it ends up going to Nerang CBD proper. So I think that's a strong position to continue to put forward, but accept that there may be a chance that in the first place, let's get to Carrara Stadium, get to Nerang Station, then go through. But hope that they continue to show it getting to the Nerang CBD, because there's great opportunities out there. Councillor Marshall, do you wish to close? In that case, debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimous. Other items in tick. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. During the committee meeting 7.4, we deferred to today's council. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation from that day.
I'm happy to second that. We'll just let that get up on the screen. Just for councillors who weren't at committee, there was an item that we deferred on the day that Councillor Taylor is moving the original officer recommendation, and I'm happy to second that because I was the one that had concerns with it and sought to be deferred. But I'm now happy that after more chat with officers that it's okay, let it go as is. Councillor Doran.
We may need to go into close, but I wouldn't mind understanding what got you across the line.
Oh, you don't need to go and close for that. I think I admitted this at committee that I hadn't read the report in full before getting into committee. I didn't realise how much detail was in there and the concerns around valuations and whatnot. After I had more of a chance to talk with Ross and Michael in a joint meeting with Councillor Taylor a couple of days ago and again yesterday, I'm comfortable with it. In the end, we can put forward an offer, and if the applicant wishes to get their own valuation, argue that's their prerogative. So I'm cool with it now. In all honesty, it was your comments at committee actually, because I think you pointed out to me exactly what I was seeking was exactly what was pretty well there. I just hadn't thought it through the right way. So I've got no problem with the officer recommendation now.
Just one last,
please.
Just to get some comfort that, without going into the details, thank you for that clarification. That there's not going to be a significant change in the officer's view around valuation. Is that?
Yeah. EGM, do you want to answer that one?
Through you, Acting Mayor, no change. Independent valuation as per the original report and recommendation.
Yep. Councillor Gates, question?
Well, I was just wondering if for clarity's sake we could add a little that says in line with the valuation within the body of the report.
EGM?
Through you, Acting Mayor, I don't have an issue with that. I guess it's...
Yeah. It's only doing how we normally do it.
I'm just aware, and I don't mean to be picky, but I'm just aware that delegations exist not to bring purchases back to the council. And I think we were all very supportive of the reason for the acquisition as identified to us, but for the official valuation price.
So
I recognise that it may be that another valuation is brought forward if they choose to do their own. But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, councillors, but I felt that the council's position was that they would support what had been proposed within the body of the report to move forward with this purchase.
Councillor Gates, would you be happy with if instead of committing exactly that valuation number, because possibly they get my concern if they get a different valuation that's very different. What if it was just that if the contracted price is above the current valuation that we have, that they have to come back to us, something more like that?
I'm happy for that too,
If it's above the valuation, you have to come back to us kind of wording.
Yep.
EGM CEO, Nikki, is that satisfactory? Like a number 4 that you have to come back to council if it's above the valuation.
Through you, Acting Mayor, I just really question whether or not the CEO is able to exercise that delegation with that condition. I might defer to the General Counsel to answer that question.
Jody?
Through the Chair, Mr Acting Mayor, so that is the proposed resolution with the amendment referencing the evaluation. That would appear appropriate. The CEO does have the delegated power potentially to act under the Acquisition of Land Act, but he doesn't have to exercise that delegation beyond a certain point. So he could come back once he's satisfied that prerequisite.
Councillor Tozer?
So the concern about that, and my question ultimately is, to what extent are we expecting that will limit our capacity to negotiate in a reasonable negotiation? What I don't want to have happen is to have us having to come back and forth.
No, so I don't.
It seems maybe we could try and have some fluidity. Is it possible to put a resolution that has some fluidity to the capacity of the CEO to negotiate a price that might be just above the valuation?
He can negotiate whatever price he wants. It just has to have a condition saying, but I need a resolution of council to actually proceed. So he or his sub-delegate can go negotiate with the party, but if the price is above the valuation amount as in the report, he has to come back to council.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that make sense? It does not stop the city having the flexibility to negotiate. It will just have to be a contract with a condition saying, but on requiring council resolution to purchase, which is not dissimilar to what we've done before.
Keeping in mind the delegation of the CEO is unlimited.
Yeah. Councillor Gates, so it was you that raised the concern. Were you looking for specific words to make that work?
Authorise contract. Sorry, no. In line with the valuation within the report. And then if, Acting Mayor, you wanted the opportunity to advance the price, we should probably just have a for that should a higher price be negotiated, the matter should be brought back to council for consideration. I thought that was what you had suggested.
I'm fine with that. I think the CEO would be looking at the officers in this circumstance would be doing that anyway.
Okay, suggested. Sorry.
So for a little bit of additional context, the concern I had with the valuation, there was a very, very recent sale that wasn't considered in the valuation, which is where it come from. So I expect the applicant will go get their own valuation done, which will include that. It's going to show a difference, not a huge difference. The EGMs and sub-delegates can negotiate it out, and if there's still a willingness to purchase it, they bring a contract.
Sorry.
Councillor Patterson.
I don't support for. It's effectively telling the vendors to negotiate with us in our resolution. It's weird. Like we just, we go to them with the value. It's like, if you don't like it, come back to us and then we'll go back to council. It's a bizarre negotiating tactic.
So it's not a negotiation tactic. It was
it is when you put it into public comment.
The reasoning was that they can't go above the price without coming back to this chamber for a decision.
I appreciate that. There's other ways to state that rather than saying, the vendor doesn't like it, we'll come back to council.
Would you like to suggest different words then?
Yeah, so I think the original suggestion...
Councillors, sorry. Too much chat. Councillor Patterson has the call. Should be heard in silence.
I think the original suggestion regarding noting the value in the report is all that we need to do.
Okay, so no adjustment of the words. So,
by default. If that's what we're saying, then that's what we're saying.
I'm not wedded to 4 in honesty, because the CEO or a subdelegate can bring a report back at any time suggesting something. Yeah, so let's do that then. Let's wipe number 4, because in the end, the officers can bring a report whenever they want on any piece of property, and then we haven't got that in there, and then that's cleaner for everybody. Councillor Taylor, happy with that?
Happy with that.
Very good. I'm happy with that. Jody, are you happy with that? Ah, very good. Councillor Castro, KC, are you happy with that? Excellent. Okay. Councillor Taylor, do you want to go into debate on this one, or happy to roll through? All right, I'll offer the opportunity. Is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion as it currently stands? In that case, I will close debate. All those in favour of the motion? Against? The motion is carried. Councillors, is there anything left in transport infrastructure that we haven't dealt with separately? There's a couple. Okay. Councillor Taylor, back to you.
I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Seconds, the rest of the items. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Councillors, while I appreciate we only have a few items left to do, I think it's probably time for a short break. So it is, how about we come back at 3:20, and we'll try and get through the last items as quick as possible. Meeting adjourned. reopen the meeting at 3:16. We are at item number 12, considerations of notice on motion. I'm not aware of any, acting CEO. Where is nil? And 13, questions on notice. I'm not aware of any of those either. Nil for that one as well. To item 14, presentation of petitions. I go to 14.1, Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I move that the petition requesting a solution for the stormwater outlet blockage at Seawall near Riviera Road, Miami, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. All those in favour of receiving the petition? Accepted. 14.2, Councillor Tozer.
I move that the petition requesting a solution for transport for Springbrook be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Councillors, that takes us to item 15. I'm not aware of any general business. No general business. Takes us to item 16, other business, 16.1, local disaster management plan. We welcome Kathy and Mr. Ryan. No. So, councillors, I was intending to take this item as read. Can I check if there is a need for presentation, or happy to take it as read and go straight to questions? Straight to questions it is. Councillor Tozer is happy to move the item. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Councillor Tozer, do you wish to speak to it?
No.
I'll just check. Anyone know wishes to speak against the motion? In that case, debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Councillors, item 16.2, the officers are joining us now. The QA Office Second Interim Report for 2025 and the previously untabled reports. Officers are here. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I would like to move a change recommendation.
Councillor Patterson has a proposed change recommendation. I have questions on this matter. Just councillors, I'm going to take us to close for the questions in regards to the. This is about contracts with officers and industrial relations.
Before you do, I may be able to. I think that there's a change of my recommendation, which may be assistance. Yeah, a change of a change, given some feedback that I've received today, and so that may manage your issue.
Yep.
So
what's the change to the change?
If we could just make the change to the change, which would be removing 4 and adding a C, because I think the issue is about what we can do with regard to whether that's kind of moving towards matters that we're not legally able to manage.
Okay, well let's get our recommendation up first, and so this is the change to the change. Councillor Patterson, yes, your change to the change definitely deals with the concern I had.
Right. Okay, cool.
So can I check first, because I was happy to go to closed, was there anyone else that had questions that they might consider uncomfortable asking in open on this matter?
So,
you have questions you want to go to?
So, sorry, just to state that this report is in open. It's an open document.
Yeah.
It's not a closed document?
I think we would have grounds to go to close if there was someone that wished to.
Sure.
That's fine. So Councillor Patterson has moved it, and Councillor Young, I can hear to the left, is happy to second it. Is there questions on this first for officers, since it's a fairly considerable change to the recommendation before I go to debate? Councillor Gates had a question.
I simply had a question after having a look at the report that in 2023 and 24 we failed to have these issues brought before the council, and I wondered if I could ask through you, Acting Mayor, why that occurred, please.
Through Acting Mayor, thank you for your question. It was an administrative process error, so the interim reports should come to council. However, in that year we failed to submit that. The final recommendations and reports were tabled with council. However, in 23, 24 and 22, 23, that did not come through. We've since rectified that problem, and rest assured we hope that it doesn't happen again.
Thank you.
Councillor Tozer.
Were they submitted to the Audit Committee, Audit and Risk Committee?
Through you, Acting Mayor, yes, they were.
And so I'm trying to understand if the Audit Committee received these QAO reports, which were confidential at the Audit Committee, and then Council subsequently adopted the minutes of the Audit Committee, how is it that they weren't submitted to Council?
Through you, Acting Mayor, as I said, it was an administrative error. The final recommendations were put through to council, however the interims did not make it here. I could go into more detail potentially if we were
in closed.
Yeah.
So again, my original question was, were those interim reports submitted to the Audit Committee? And the answer was yes. Did I hear that correctly? And so council has had access to that information had they read the Audit Committee reports.
Sorry.
Just how the officer can respond first.
Thank you.
Mr. Callender.
Through Acting Mayor, yes, those reports were tabled to the Audit and Risk Committee.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Patterson, your turn.
Okay, well, without...
For a question.
It's referring to this. The committee members of the Audit and Risk Committee have a different view to the officer, as was informed to me yesterday, and told that they hadn't seen those reports before.
We're going to go to close, and we have grounds to, because I can sense Mr. Callender would like to give some more context, and I think that would be handy so we don't keep mucking around vacancies here. So for reasons to do with industrial relations, I'm going to move us to close. Seconded Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Against? We are in closed session. So I'll go through that again. So I had a question I wanted to...
Can I move my item?
Sure. Mover, and I think Councillor Young was willing to second it. So I have a question before you speak, Councillor Patterson. So I was interested from some context from officers around what the QAA found around deficiency in procurement processes. Could officers provide some context to what that deficiency was in terms of our overall procurement spend for the last financial year?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I can provide some further clarification. So there was $659 million in contracts awarded last year, and the QAO, through their sampling process, identified one contract as a process improvement opportunity. It was about value for money, but more that the documentation didn't actually specifically cover value for money. That was a standard offer arrangement, of which when you enter into those as suppliers, they have to demonstrate value for money, reputation, experience, etc., a number of factors. So it was a merely one contract out of our $659 million through their sampling process that was identified. The process improvement we've implemented is really just to make sure a further enhancement. We already have strong controls, hence why only one fell through.
Right. And my second question was there was also a finding of a significant deficiency in regards to amounts paid to employees above the contractual entitlement. Can you provide any additional context on that at this time?
Yes, through you, Acting Mayor. You might look at the timings of the actual report itself as when we're undertaking the largest restructure in the last 20-odd years for Council. The deficiencies themselves talk to the process of what was being undertaken, and certainly the policy and the guide rails that were not in place at that period of time. The ex gratia payments we're talking about are not significant, representing 1% less than the total payroll and employees of the city. And I'm pleased to say that that report dated August 24, the status from the QAO now is resolved, and they are satisfied with the undertakings that we've taken as a result of their recommendations.
Any further questions for officers, or any questions on that bit of additional contextual information before we go to debate? Councillor Patterson, I had a question for you actually so calls for a report back to Governance, Finance, Administration. I'm concerned a little bit that because of a couple of the points in 3 that timeliness of this to wrap this up might be good instead of it lingering. Have you had any chat?
Sorry?
Timeliness. Have you had a chat with officers at all about how quickly this report could be ready?
No, and I haven't made an express. That's why I've just said a future meeting. I haven't expressed when it needs to come, just that it does need to come.
Susan, Paul, could I get a sense, like there are questions raised in this that are going to be on the public record and are about some fairly significant things happening in the city, that if there's a need to answer some questions, I'd like them answered quickly. How quickly could this report be ready?
Through you, Acting Mayor, I would say the next round of committees is fine, given the content that's in the recommendation.
Okay. So I don't think we need to adjust it, but that's on the record then, because I'd like this wrapped up so we can proceed with some of these other things. Councillor Tozer, question?
Yeah, my question is actually nominally maybe through you to the CEO. Is it possible to provide some summary information answering questions A, B and C now? I don't see a point in collating a report if those questions can be answered. I feel like we just had an answer to question A. It occurs to me maybe B and C could be answered as we sit here. Do you have any idea why we might procure an advisor for the ARC project without a competitive process? It seems like a very tailored body of work we're doing. Maybe we had an existing agreement, or I don't know, maybe it's an easy answer.
Through you, Acting Mayor, Councillor Tozer, happy to go through and just provide what we can provide now.
If you're okay with
whether that's in open or close, I think we can try and open and then see how we go, and then...
Yeah, the point I'm trying to get at is I see no point in having a report if those questions can just be answered
Agreed.
to Council right now. Then
that's fair.
Maybe Councillor Patterson can save us all some time.
That's true.
I think it'd be fair enough. We can go through ABC and get an answer, and if there's still a want for a report with more detail, that can still occur. So are we looking for any additional detail in regards to A?
So I'm not looking for more detail. It seems quite straightforward that we had a standard offer that repeated over multiple times, and rather than going to a new procurement process each time, we just engaged the contractor who had that standard offer agreement, had already proved value for money through being a tenderer in there, and that that satisfies me. What I think is important for the public to understand is that it doesn't mean we paid 4.5 times the price. It just means we engaged them multiple times, and the total contract value for multiple incarnations of the work totaled 4.5 of the original total, and that seems quite straightforward.
Okay. Councillor Patterson, did you have a question on that?
I have a comment on it.
I let Councillor Tozer comment to a point, so you can as well.
So, yeah, the reason why this requires further consideration is because the Queensland Audit Office has expressly called these out and highlighted them as things that this council should be looking into. They can't, in their report, tell us what to do, but they couldn't make it louder or clearer that they think there needs to be some investigation here and that elected reps should be looking at it. With regard to point 3A, the deficiencies in procurement identified by the Queensland Audit Office, including the provision of the contract that saw variation 450% times the amount of the original contract without a competitive process. This is something that does need to be investigated because we've seen comments in the media by advisors and other consulting firms saying, why don't I get a chance to bid? Why don't I get a chance to go ask it? And that's what this does.
Councillor Patterson, you are definitely straying into this full debate now. So if you want to clarify,
well, there was a question about why does it need to go. I needed to explain why.
Then you go. I'm happy for you to give context back to Glenn's particular point, but you've gone into full debate, and we'll save that.
Okay.
So 3B is about ARC, and we have Kathy Baker in the room. So, Kathy, are you able to provide information that may address B so that possibly we don't require it any further?
Through the Acting Mayor, yes. We actually went out to tender for our advisors and went to one of the master contracts for one of the others. So a value for money for the 3 advisors have been undertaken.
Councillor Patterson?
I don't think that's the whole picture, but for me to discuss this further would need to go into closed.
So I'm happy to do that if there's a willingness to go back in to want to get more detail on this.
Or we could just allow it to come and so that it can be fully investigated as requested.
Which is a fair point, and that is what I'm going to say we're going to do. I appreciate Councillor Tozer's commitment to trying to reduce reports where we can, but I think it would be best so that we don't spend the next few hours on this if we did it that way. So I'm going to rule on that we won't progress that any further and that we're going to go to debate on this item now. Sorry, Kathy, for that there. Share.
So before debate, can I ask a question about the difference between the way Councillor Patterson has characterised A and the way I have? So my question is, my understanding of A is that we engaged a contractor multiple times and the total value of their contract for the work was 4.5 times the original contract value, but they did all of the work over a period of time. The way it sounded like Councillor Patterson characterised it is that we paid 450% of a normal contract value for the same amount of work. And I want to be very clear which one it is. She used the word 450%, and I want to make sure we didn't...
Councillor Patterson. Councillor Tozer will be heard in silence. You'll have your chance.
Can the EGM just clarify exactly what that value was and what we got for the money that we paid?
We'll clarify this point, then we go into debate. Susan?
Through the Acting Mayor, yes, Councillor Tozer, you're 100% correct. We actually negotiated a 40% discount on the standard offer arrangement when we went into the original contract. It was for over a period of 3 years, the scope.
So we've clarified that, and there'll be additional clarification in the report, I'm sure. Councillor Patterson, the floor is yours to open debate.
The Queensland Audit Office requires these interim reports to come to council, not to come to committee, not to come to an attachment. They're not allowed to go to the GAF committee meeting. They have to come to full council, and the reason is so that they are open, public and transparent, and so that not only we but anyone interested can see what the Audit Office considers about how we're doing things. As has been noted, the last two interim reports, which do have significant impacts on decisions that we made previously today in GAF, which means we do have documents that have to go back to GAF that were discussed in the previous agenda items today. They didn't come to us in time. Now that we have them here, though, we can be clear that the Auditor General has identified a deficiency in our procurement processes, including a lack of supporting evidence addressing value for money principles. The implication was, as stated by the Auditor General, that the frequent use of contract variations may indicate insufficient consideration of the whole-of-life project costs associated with a particular procurement in assessing value for money as required under the Local Government Act. This point is addressed in 3A, and I'm not saying that anything other than the original contract, it is 450%, 4.5 times that. Yes, for more work, but each time one of those variations happens, what the Queensland Audit Office is saying is the issue with that is, where's the market? How come no other consultants get to participate and ask for that work, particularly local Gold Coast businesses? So they've identified this as an issue, that we are just assigning one person, one organisation, one consultant, and then just continuing going on, not opening and reassessing that for the whole market to consider. The second thing is that the Auditor General also identified a significant deficiency on amounts paid to employees above their contractual entitlement. Now, it's been pointed out to us that this is a very small percentage of overall, but I don't know whether that necessarily is a helpful comment, because it means in particular irregular situations, we have chosen to significantly overpay what the entitlement is. And it is certainly our responsibility to understand and explore that. We recently had it explained to us that the recent procurement of advisors to ARC occurred without a competitive process. That is going to be a serious, big consultant gig for a very long time, and it is worth Governance Committee exploring that and ensuring that we've taken valid process given what the Auditor General is requesting of us. The risk, the other point that was made in the report was that the Auditor General finds it, and referred to Professor Coldrake's advice on culture and accountability in the public sector, that we should not be, the city should not be entering into non-disclosure agreements with people who are left and paid significant amounts. They see that as a high risk. So the question is, why are we doing that when the report to the Audit Office and the Auditor General are saying this is high risk management and we don't want to see it? The final point is to ensure that this issue does not happen again, where the Audit Office is trying to communicate to the public through this council what they think about us and where our risks are. There was an obligation for those to be tabled. Decisions have been made in this council since they were meant to be tabled. And this approach of ensuring that it is explicitly described in an annual work plan will ensure that doesn't happen again. All again, as like the previous resolution that we just agreed upon today, which was to ensure that we have more information. That's all we're asking for. So we're doing our duty. We're going to explore this so that we can understand why did the QAO call out these risks.
Can I just seek clarification? Councillor Patterson, you raised about amounts in there, but I thought from one of Paul's previous responses, he clarified that the QAO's concerns was about process. So I just wanted Paul to clarify what the QAO's position was. Was it about specific amounts or was it about process?
Through Acting Mayor, it was about the process, not the specific amounts of the ex gratia payments, noting that they did talk to policy and guidance, which was one of their recommendations, but it certainly wasn't with regard to the amount that was paid to the individual employees they're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, is there any...
I was quoting directly from the report, and I can quote again directly from the report if you wish.
Yeah, there's no need to, because Councillor Patterson, you don't have the call.
Well, it's a point of order. I would like to give the quote of what the public document states, which is different to what we've just heard.
Mr. Callender, your context you just gave, where does that come from? I'm guessing it's from probably talking to the QAO.
Through Acting Mayor, I'm happy to talk to it. 3 exceptions were noted where employers were paid amounts above their contractual entitlement. Ex gratia payments are usually above contractual entitlements. That's why they're ex gratia.
All right. Is there a speaker against the motion? Yeah. Councillor Tozer.
Okay.
Let's not have information.
So, firstly, I applaud Councillor Patterson in raising these issues and reading the Audit Committee reports. I think over 13 years I've read probably 50% of the Audit Committee reports. I don't always get to them. There's a lot of reading in this job. But I have read the most recent ones, and what I am satisfied by is the responses in those reports to these issues identified by the QAO. The other thing I've had a chance to do over the last 13 years is attend lots of audit committee and audit and risk committees. And what I've observed during that time is a really close relationship between the Queensland Audit Office team and the council officers. That close relationship constitutes, accountability about issues that they raise when they see things, and then adequate and appropriate responses to those issues raised by the Queensland Audit Office. The Queensland Audit Office, their job is not to run the council or even provide necessarily too much advice on best practice. We're actually the second largest council in Queensland, and the majority of councils that Queensland Audit Office deal with are significantly smaller than ours. And so standard practice across all the councils in Queensland is not going to be applicable to some of those larger councils that have both the resources and the experience to undertake the necessary work according to the relevant legislation. The reason I'm not going to support this motion today is actually identified in the responses that we've received from the officers. I don't think it makes sense for us to ask for reports where we already have the information. There is a process for us to ask questions of officers and the CEO and executive general managers and such things, and those kind of requests are made under the acceptable request guidelines. The idea of asking for a report for a variety of issues seems quite, unnecessarily protracted, resource intensive, and I think it's a waste of ratepayers' money. What I don't think is a waste of ratepayers' money is us taking the information that Queensland Audit Office has provided us, providing good and comprehensive responses to them about those issues, and also making sure that through the audit process, the Audit and Risk Committee process, we invite all councillors to come along and hear what the Queensland Audit has to say. And having been one of those councillors who's chosen to do that, I feel quite confident. In this resolution, this recommendation, relates to a specific circumstance relating to one contract out of $659 million worth of contracts. That it was extended over a period of 3 years, ultimately resulting in the original contract being 4.5 times the size. What it wasn't was us unilaterally deciding to pay someone 4.5 times what they agreed to do for some work. It was an extension of a contract that ultimately made us more efficient, more agile, enabled us to deliver less paperwork, less procurement process, save ratepayers money, and the EGM has even told us that the contract was offered at a 40% discount to the standard terms or something along those lines, which seems like we've got a really good deal on this one out of the $659 million worth that were part of this auditing process. I think that's a good outcome, and frankly, I think that's a satisfactory response, and the EGM should be commended for having that information off the cuff and being able to do it. B, I think, seems a bit strange as well, because whilst the Queensland Audit Office has probably some 80 councils that they deal with on a weekly basis. I actually don't know how many councils are in Queensland. I think we're the only one who's doing a waste-to-energy plant, and I have been very confident and reassured that the team associated with the ARC project, the waste-to-energy project we're undertaking, are engaging the very best advisors when it comes to this. We're spending an inordinate amount of money. The reporting obligations they have to the Waste and Water Committee have been profoundly important and informative. I don't believe there's been any situation where I felt like there's been a lack of transparency about those processes. And this idea that we might have appointed one advisor from a panel, which is what Kathy might have said. We had a panel of people who were providing services. We selected one of them for some work. That's basically what happened. No, we didn't have a competitive open process, but we went through a proper and appropriate process to have that panel in place with appropriately qualified people, and we picked one. We did the right thing. QAO saw it. They said, hey, what happened here? We haven't come across this before. And we said, this is what we did. Again, in the audit committee just yesterday, I'm quite sure that would have been a much bigger issue, and the relationship between QAO officers and council officers would have been much more deteriorated if this was a serious issue that really should be subject to a report. The third, relating to deeds of release. I appreciate that in the local government sector we don't use a lot of deeds of release. They are commonly known as non-disclosure agreements. I appreciate we don't tend to do that in the public sector, but in a large organisation like we have, with lots of moving parts and frankly competitive interests at times, I think NDAs do actually make some sense, or deeds of release do make some sense, and I am less concerned that should be subject to a report. More importantly, I think that question should have been asked under the acceptable request guidelines, probably a private email, and not through a council report. Whilst that option is available to every councillor, it doesn't do the city a service, and definitely doesn't do the officers a service when it could be a simple email or a briefing note. That could be a much better way to do it, and a report isn't the right way to go. The final item on here, I think, it did come up yesterday at the audit committee, and I think it's been adequately responded to today. There's been an administrative error. Now, the particulars of that administrative error have been aired today, and I still feel a little bit confused about how that played out. I asked a question before saying, did the interim reports get issued to the Audit and Risk Committee? The answer was yes. And yet subsequently there was some concerns that maybe that didn't happen, and maybe that didn't subsequently form part of a report to council. And so, over the next week or so, I expect clarity about that will occur. But I don't expect a report for that. I expect someone to write me an email and to my colleagues and let us know what happened. This whole process seems to be Councillor Patterson committed to transparency and committed to good governance, but honestly, she is using mechanisms that are unwieldy and resource intensive and actually costing the ratepayer money in order to get the information you need that could be provided so much more easily with a less confrontational approach. And frankly, that is what should happen. We should reject this motion. We should go back to the original motion and wait for the information to be provided to us under the acceptable request guidelines, saving ratepayers money and getting the information we need to make good decisions.
Are you foreshadowing the officer recommendation?
Yes.
The committee recommendation, sorry. Speaker for the motion? There's a dead heat between Councillor Young and Councillor Gates. You two want to fight it out?
I'm going to be very, very brief, and
okay,
then
Councillor
Young can have a go. I just want to say, and I've stood often and said this, that additional information is never harmful to the council for consideration, and that's what this does. This provides more information. Admittedly, there's been one instance of concern, but it has highlighted a concern that the Audit Office has, and I'm guessing they're bringing it to our attention so we ensure that that sort of thing doesn't happen again. So it may be one example, but look, I say full credit to Councillor Patterson for the work that she is putting in this space, because a number of us just did the company directors course, and the thing that was harped on over and over again is our responsibility as the board basically of this city to make sure that we do get answers to the questions. And that's all these are. They're questions that we will receive some answers about, and we'll make sure that we don't fall into any traps moving forward. And I say more information is knowledge for us all, and we should never reject it.
Speaker against the motion. I'm happy to take that, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I found myself agreeing with both Councillor Tozer and Councillor Patterson, which is a interesting
weird
place there.
A very weird
Everyone
place to
knows
find
what
yourself
that
in.
feeling's like.
Understood. Next thing, Bob will be reading the law to us.
This is why I wanted to contribute, because it was quite a rare occurrence for me. I accept that Councillor Tozer made a lot of points there that make a lot of sense, and Councillor Patterson's interrogation of some contents within the report has some merit as well. I think that Councillor Gates summed it up really well in that more information is a good thing. So I'm going to support Councillor Patterson's recommendation, but I did want to contribute that I want to acknowledge that the director and I know the chief risk officers here as well, that a mistake was made. We all make them. We made 3 today, and process has been fixed. The QAO will tell us again if the mistake happens again, and we might have to put some more robust policies in place. But I have incredible confidence that now it's been addressed, it will be addressed. And I just want to make sure that that is known, that this is a small thing that is important, Councillor Patterson bringing it to our attention, but shouldn't outweigh the amount of good that is happening in a council that is as big as ours. And so I think that is probably the main thing. I just will also note that one of the recommendations in relation to the exiting agreements is that there is a policy to be brought in place in the future, and I note that that's a management response to a QAO recommendation, and I know that's an action that have been agreed to. So I think the extra information is good, airing it is good, and I think that Councillor Tozer makes some excellent points around maybe this could have been done a different way, but we're here now. Let's get it out in the open and deal with it. But thank you to the officers for addressing what was put your hand up, make a mistake. Let's get on with it.
I gave Councillor Doran the opportunity to speak kind of half-half there. I'll put that as an open opportunity if anyone else wishes to contribute in this matter. Otherwise, I'm happy to go to Councillor Patterson to close. There being no one else, Councillor Patterson, the close is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I'd just like to first reflect on a couple of points that Councillor Tozer made. And the first one is, with this being one issue out of 659 million, it's not. It's one issue out of a sample that they happen to choose. So we don't know how many there would be out of the 659 million. They do a sample and to identify where the issues are. But there's so much that we do agree on. I love every time at an Audit and Risk Committee when I hear QAO talk about how they appreciate the relationship that they have with officers and the executive of this organisation. That there is absolutely an intent to ensure greater rigour from both sides so that we're all enhancing this organisation. Everybody's intent is in the right place. Where we differ is on the process in terms of what our duty and our responsibility is. I didn't bring this as a recommendation. I didn't bring this report. The Queensland Audit Office requires this to be discussed in open, and every matter that I have raised there is open and is publicly available. It's not like I've put up some information that should be in an email that wouldn't otherwise be available. It is there for everyone to see. The reason why this does need to go back to a report is, and I appreciate Councillor Tozer acknowledging my commitment to transparency and good governance. It's for that. It's so that we understand it. We've got to understand so much in this job, so much technical, complex stuff, that if we get someone raising a flag and saying, hey, you need to look at this, well, then it's our duty and it's our obligation to have a look at it. And we do it when we do that in a committee forum rather than through an email. Questions arise and help us come to good decision making. On the other point that was made about the QAO and they're not used to big councils like us, can I just also note that the QAO also audits all the state departments. It's not like we're the biggest organisation by any stretch that they are auditing. They audit on a very significant scale. It's not like they're used to small councils and they don't understand our situation. So I thank everyone for considering this, just for this, and for bringing another report so we can understand what has been raised as issues we should be considering. Thank you.
Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour of the change recommendation? Against? The motion is carried. Takes us to item 16.3. Mr. Moran. Thank you, team. Councillors, again, I was going to take this as read and go straight to questions for Mick. Unless, Mick, did you need to talk to the item beforehand? Happy to go straight to questions? Yep. Questions? Councillor Gates?
Sorry, Acting Mayor, mine wasn't a question. I'm just happy to move this when the time comes, and I thought it might be helpful to the council if I moved it and explained my position given my opposition to the state call-in initially.
Absolutely. So I'll just check if there's any questions. Otherwise, I'm happy to go to Councillor Gates. Councillor Doran, please.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So just if the through the General Manager could just, we haven't seen the conditions that are proposed, but there's some commentary in the newspaper, I think today, around koalas. I'm wondering whether or not there is an opportunity to at least give some comfort to us around what conditions might have been proposed at a very high level to satisfy some of the concerns in the public around the natural habitat.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, the development application hasn't been decided yet, which is an obvious thing to say, but there were, I guess, a couple of, the State Assessment and Referral Agency provided their concurrence response, which did protect the environmental corridor that runs through the land. The city obviously hasn't decided the application yet, but our draft conditions also sought to protect that environmental corridor. So if this council resolution does go through, we'll be providing advice to the acting CEO to include some conditions that would seek to do that, and then it would be over to the Deputy Premier to put those conditions on if he sees fit.
Any other questions for Mick? Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Question on the conditions. I think through the process, officers were assessing the DA prior to the call-in, and I think it gotten to the point where there was a potentially provisional approval subject to conditions. So the conditions that we would supply back to the state, are they the same set of conditions that were proposed to be put forward?
Again, through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, that's correct, Councillor Martin. So the conditions were based on the application material at the time that the applicant stopped the clock. Yep.
Anybody else? Over to you, Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Chairman.
Sorry, I'll second.
Oh, thank you. Look, I thought it might be helpful to the councillors today for me to stand and show my support for the recommendation that has been put before us, that we send our draft conditions basically up to the Deputy Premier. Because many will recall me speaking as strongly as I possibly could against a call-in, and the reasons for my position then have not changed. I would still prefer our experienced officers in major assessment to be having carriage of this application, but it seems that's not going to be the case, and so the issues of concern that had been identified, as has just been suggested, by our officers were environmental in nature and infrastructure provision. So those constraints were at the heart of the officers' concern and I believe remain so. At the time of the call-in, as Mr Moran has just said, there had not been a decision by council. It's most unusual that a call-in would occur before council got to consider an application, but the officers had worked for a couple of years and I understand that that caused frustrations, but it was in getting to a point where they could support the development application with conditions. My understanding is that the SARA conditions, so the State Agency Referral Assessment, provided some pretty heavy conditions to protect the environmental corridor, as has been raised, and that there were also traffic concerns because this, as you know, fronts two state roads, so it's the state's consideration about the traffic impacts. But rather than providing a traffic impact study, I believe that the applicant suggested that they would just go to appeal, immediate appeal. And I think, Acting Mayor, that was part of the reason that you brought this matter before us, was the potential of a very expensive appeal which you hope to avoid for the ratepayers. And on that basis, I tend to agree with you. But I think that it's important that the incredible body of work done by the officers in major assessment is not lost, and that the Deputy Premier and the members of Parliament that are affected in Mr Crandon and Mr Boothman, who represent that section of Northern Gold Coast, that they do have an understanding of the conditions that were provided by our officers, and that the many months of work that they did interrogating those impacts is not lost. So I'd urge councillors to support providing the councillor officer assessment to the state, and let's hope that it does guide their decision making should they proceed with the call-in. Clearly, if the Deputy Premier decided not to, then we have the benefit of falling back on that recommendation, which should have gone to our August meeting. And it's a little ironic to me that they would have their approval now, except for the landlocked portion of land and the land that has no water or sewer access, and we would have in place our environmental constraints being recognised and ensuring that the least possible damage to the koala corridor occurs. So I do support providing the report. It's important to each of us, I'm sure, as elected representatives, and the concerns are equally as important to the broader community.
Speaker against the motion? Just in general? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity. It does feel difficult sometimes to release this kind of decision making, but we are sending it to the Deputy Premier. I just want to take the opportunity to say to him, we're counting on you, Deputy Premier, to take care of our koalas. So it's on you now. Thank you.
So, I'll contribute on this one. So, Councillor Gates nailed the point of what the catalyst for this call-in was, and that was about the appeal. So, that was definitely where this came from. I did not suggest to the Mayor lightly that we go down this path, and it was done to save ratepayers millions in appeal costs on this, and that is what will still be achieved by this, most hopefully, if the Deputy Premier does go ahead and call it in. Councillor Gates made an excellent point about the work done by officers, and I spoke to it quite strongly at the meeting where this came through, that this wasn't a target or I think a slap in the face as it might have been put to city officers. It wasn't that at all. It was that the work done by city officers and then what was then imposed through SARA conditions, there was conflict at some points, and it reached that what was in those conditions was something that Dreamworld said were untenable. So it was either allow it to continue to go on, knowing we're going to end up in appeal and then this take a couple more years and spend a huge amount of money, or what I hoped was a genuine last roll of the dice that through this process we can avoid appeal, both for ratepayers and the applicant, because that's money that I would prefer Dreamworld to be investing into their site instead of spending on lawyers, because they're the only ones that win in this. Putting up everything that we had done through assessment and what our draft conditions were going to look like should absolutely form part of the submission, and I'm sure will form part of what the Deputy Premier's final decision on is with this one. The final comment I had on this, and it was very interesting because I sat on a panel with the Tourism Minister earlier in the week, which I mentioned in the Acting Mayor's report, where one of the other groups that was there was the Kaminsky Group, who have also had two development sites called in by the state. And what I genuinely think it is showing is that major tourism sites like this and theme parks and tourism projects of this size are difficult to have in planning schemes. This seems to be what a lot of local governments are experiencing. Sunshine Coast is the same, that planning schemes, as we know, come out of date pretty quick, and when you set something 10 years ago and then you've got a major investor like this, it's difficult. And I definitely got a signal from the Minister at that event that the state was open to not wanting to have to do this in the future, that there's probably a better approach than major theme parks and major tourism proposals going through planning schemes, that a tailored approach where state and council are there at the same point, because the officer versus SARA on this has been really interesting, and all I can see is that we've spent a lot of time and a lot of money unnecessarily when a better approach that has the state at the table earlier would go a long way. Finally, this isn't the call-in yet. This is just part of the process. Councillor Gates alluded to, the Deputy Premier may decide not to call it in. So the next part of the process, anyone can put a submission in for it. Anyone who made a submission during public notification is engaged. Anyone can have further say in it, and it may not be called in. And if it doesn't, then it resolves back to council and we'll continue on the process. Again, but I still back that I believe this was the right course to take, and I truly do hope that we avoid appeals and that our largest inbound tourism operator and one of the largest employers on the north end of the Gold Coast can just get on with investing in their site over the next several decades, is what this plan connects to. And that we don't have this similar situation again in the future if we could get a different process with the state. Councillor Gates, would you like to close?
Yes. Thank you. I wasn't going to, but I do want to highlight the importance of Dreamworld to our city. It's not just the jobs for locals that they provide, it's all the flow-on impacts in the tourism sector, in the food chain. There are so many of our residents who are impacted by and benefit from Dreamworld. So I wish Dreamworld all the best, no matter where this lands. And I just hope that the community concern about the traffic impacts is supported, and clearly the protection of the koala is more important than ever. And I think the chat around it has focused on our protection of the wildlife in that corridor, and I just hope that we see that really go well under the state assessment if they decide to go through with it.
Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? That's definitely a signal. All those in favour, the motion is carried unanimous. That is definitely a signal this meeting is over. Councillor Gates.
Chairman, I was just wondering if you'd accept we're at the end of the meeting, aren't we? And if you would accept a general business item from me, and I'll tell you just vaguely that it relates to the awarding of contracts, just from the discussion that we've had today. And I'll tell you what I would like, and if you think it would be better placed going to a different committee, I'm more than happy to do so. But I wanted to ask that a report be brought back to Council identifying the percentage and value of contracts issued to local Gold Coast companies during the 2024-25 financial year as opposed to non-Gold Coast companies. I think it's a while since we had that sort of update. We used to have it as part of our procurement that we gave some advantage to Gold Coast companies. I'm just not so sure that we're as resilient as we were on that, and I'd like to see those numbers so that we know if we've got a $600 million spend, how much of that is benefiting local companies who contribute so much to the Gold Coast.
So
it was that a report be brought back.
Alicia's all over it. So I'm happy to accept the GBI since it has been a long meeting, but it's been a meeting done in good faith between everybody, and we've had a little bit of rope, so why not a little bit more at the end for a GBI that I do agree it's been a little while since we've seen that data, so why not finish the day? I had Bob Sprouting Law.
Do you want me?
Councillor Gates and Councillor Hamill are in alignment. What's going on? Thank you. Okay, so we're going to throw some words up on the screen. Hopefully. Could I just, not that it matters, but is that a GAF one or an ETEC one?
That was the acting CEO's call.
CEO. Yeah, please, yeah.
Through Acting Mayor, Councillor Gates, getting late in the afternoon, the EGM of Business Services had just messaged me and said that it's 60.7% of Gold Coast companies for that, so we have that figure already. So that's the percentage, and obviously we can get the values for you, but...
Yeah. That's right. We've got the GBI up now. We've got the words. I think we'll get the report. Can have a bit more detail. And we're happy for it to go to GAF. Or do we think it's ETEC?
It's not true.
Yeah. That's fine. So GAF is good. So Councillor Gates is GBI, seconder. Councillor Young. Look at you two today. I think you've backed every one of us today. I think you've seconded every one of Councillor Gates' motions today. That's not. It's emphasis on old. Okay, councillors, we have a GBI. Councillor Gates has already explained what she's seeking, so I don't think we need to go into it anymore. Are we happy to accept the GBI? All those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. Councillors, I think it'd be fair to say that no one predicted that we would be here at 4:20, and that if any of you had the bingo card, I'd be amazed. Could I just take a moment to thank you for today? You have been very kind to someone who's not used to sitting in the chair position for this long, so thank you for that. Thank you to Alicia as well and the entire team. Meeting officially closed at 16:20.
Well done.